Magandang hapon po, Day 34 na ng impeachment trial ni Chief Justice Renato Corona. Ako po si Vicky Morales.
Samahan niyo po kami muli sa special coverage ng GMA News TV. Ako naman po, si Ivan Mayrina. At ito ang The Chief Justice on Trial.
Patuloy po tayong magbabantay sa mga pinakamaiinit na pangyayari sa Senado.
At mag-uulat mula roon ang ating kasamang si Joseph Moro.
At dito naman po sa studio, sasamahan ulit tayo ngayong hapon ni Dean Antonio Lavinia, ang Dean ng Ateneo School of Government.
Magandang hapon po sa inyo, Dean. Welcome back.
Magandang hapon.
At gagabayan nga tayo muli ni Dean Lavinia sa mas malalim na pagtingin sa proseso ng impeachment trial ni Chief Justice Corona.
At puntahan po muna natin si Joseph Morong sa Senado. Joseph, kamusta na dyan? Last day na natin.
Tama, last day muna before mag-break yung Senado sa Holy Week. At isa sa mga kailangang abangan ngayon, isa sa susubukang ipresenta ng depensa, itong si dating Manila Mayor Lito Atienza na magkukwento dun sa pagbili ng Manila local government ng isang lupain na pag-aari ng Basag Enterprises sa halagang tinatayang more than 30 million noong 2001. Matatandang sinabi ni Chief Justice Corona na yung pera na humiram sila ng pera noong 2003 at 11 million yun at yung ginamit nila na pambili ng ilang ari-arian. Bukod kay Atienza, Vicky, Ivan ay nakapila rin sa araw na ito ang iba pang pito pa na iba pang mga testigo na may kaugnayan pa rin doon sa kwento ng Basag Enterprises. Samantala, ayon kay Senate Presiding Officer Juan Ponce Enrile, ay maaaring hindi na umabot ng Hunyo at magkakaroon na sila ng desisyon posible daw by May. Sabi ni Enrile sa tansya niya ay isang buwan lamang ay kaya nang tapusin ng depensa ang presentasyon ng kanilang ebidensya at nakakadalawang linggo na so far yung defense. Pagkatapos daw ng summation, sabi nitong si Enrile, ay hindi na nila kailangan ng break para pag-aralan yung mga so far na ipresenta mga ebidensya ng prosecution at defense. At after ng summation, this is the summary of their positions, ay they will go into a huddle, mag-uusap-usap sila at maaaring makapag-desisyon na sila right there and there. Narito ang pahayag nitong si dating Manila Mayor Lito Atienza at ni Senate Presiding Officer Juan Ponce Enrile.
Papaliwanag ko lang yung transaksyon na nangyari during my time as Mayor of Manila with regards to the property of the Basag Enterprise.
We will decide immediately.
After the summation?
Oh, we will go into a huddle. Oh my God, we've been hearing the case. We know already what the case is all about.
Okay.
Every day we get we hear the declaration of the witnesses. We have a record of the proceedings in the form of a journal. We all we have to do is to read those things, and then if you are attentive. At this point, you know what's going on.
But it will more or less reach June.
Huh?
June. It will more or less reach June.
In May.
Okay, Ivan, Vicky, babalik ang Senado ng May 7 at sabi nga ng defense, they will need the maximum of maybe 12 days pero depende pa rin yan kung magkakaroon ng rebuttal evidence ang prosecution at yung sole rebuttal naman sa bahagi ng depensa. Ivan, Vicky?
So Joseph, tapos na yung mga testigo natin kahapon, no? Hindi na sila babalik. At ngayon, dalawa ang testigo na nakikita natin, uupo.
Well, naka-line up is 7 plus 1 itong si Atienza, so bali 8 yan. Pero ang usual na nangyayari is at the maximum, kung maiikli yung mga testimonya nila, mga makakaapat siguro tayo ngayon kung maiikli yung mga testimonya. Pero kung halimbawa mahaba, at maximum 2. So, we don't know kung doon sa 8 na yon kung ilan yung ipipresenta nila. Pero ang sabi ng defense kanina ay ihaharap nila itong si dating Manila Mayor Lito Atienza sa Senate Impeachment Court today.
At posible rin na humarap si Justice Secretary Laila de Lima.
Wala pa yan. Although nakasabi na siya for today, pero I don't know if they can fit in. Remember that si Justice Secretary Laila de Lima ay konektado sa isang article.
Oh, Article 7 na yun.
7, yes.
Medyo malayo pa yan sa Article 2. Ang sabi dati ng defense, ang sequence nila will be 2, 3, and 7, like the prosecution. So, if we're going by that admission, ay tatapusin muna yung Article 2. Sa Article 2, ang pinaka-importante dyan si Chief Justice o si Mrs. Corona, di ba? Pero wala pang decision if they're going to present either of them. And then we proceed to Article 3 after nun. Pero yung Article 3 medyo mabilis na lang yan kasi fast up lang yan. Isang testigo lang naman yung harap ng prosecution. Now, 7, sa Article 7, sa TRO yan, baka dyan pa ipresenta ng defense itong si Justice Secretary De Lima.
So far, ang mga nakikita mo lang is dating Manila Mayor Lito Atienza.
Yes.
At hindi mo pa naman natatanaw si Secretary De Lima.
Wala pa siya dito.
Alright.
Joseph, si Justice Cuevas nandyan?
Oo. Well, hindi ko pa siya nakikita. Pero ang sabi niya kahapon, parang kaya naman niya today. So we'll find out kung siya pa rin yung magli-lead. Kahapon naman, basically, he just sat Nakinig dun sa pananabon ng ilang mga senador. So basically, baka manood lang din kung halimbawa may a-awardan yung mga senador ngayon na mga testigo. So it's not as taxing. Pero ang problema nga ni Justice Cuevas, may vertigo siya. So medyo nahihilo-hilo ng konti.
Okay, maraming salamat, Joseph Morong. Babalikan ka namin maya-maya lamang.
At balikan po natin ang mga naganap sa Day 33 ng impeachment trial kahapon, kung saan muling nagisa sa pagdinig si Land Registration Authority Administrator Eulalio Diaz III kaugnay sa listahan ng 45 properties umano ni Chief Justice Corona. Unang dinikdik ni Senadora Miriam Defensor Santiago ang ugnay ni Diaz kay Pangulong Aquino. Napag-alaman kasing nag-volunteer si Diaz sa senatorial at presidential campaign ni Aquino at nagsilbi rin sa opisina ni Aquino noong senador pa ito.
Git ni Diaz, unang beses daw niyang isinagawa ang computer search sa properties umano ni Corona gamit ang pangalan at hindi ang title number. Kaya kahit ang ibang kapangalan daw ni Corona at mga kaanak niya ay lumabas. Pero para sa senadora, dapat daw nasala munang maigi ni Diaz ang listahan para hindi masama ang masama ang mga hindi naman sangkot sa kaso. Si Presiding Officer Juan Ponce Enrile naman tinanong si Diaz kung bakit hindi muna nagsimula ang kanyang search sa Batangas, ang probinsya ng punong mahistrado. Sagot ni Diaz, gusto raw niyang mapabilis ang proseso.
Lumabas din sa pagtatanong ni Enrile na nakahanda na ang listahan ng mga titulo bago pa man tawagan si Diaz ni Lead Prosecutor Niel Tupas Jr. dahil humihingi raw sa kanya ng kopya ang ilang taga-media. Hindi raw ito alam ng prosekusyon, sabay sabing nakakuha na rin sila ng ilang dokumento sa ibang properties ng punong mahistrado bago pa man sila magtanong sa LRA.
Sa paglilino naman kung ilang titulo ang kailangan patunayan sa impeachment trial, 21 ang gustong ipapaliwanag ng prosekusyon, 16 na titulo naman para sa depensa, pero 5 ari-arian lang daw ang inaako ng punong mahistrado.
At ngayon po, diskusyon muna tayo kasama si Dean Lavinia. Dean, welcome back. Last day po natin. Ano hong pakiramdam nyo? Magpapasabog ba sila? Dapat may padispedida, no?
Actually, interesante yung sa tingin ko yung magiging testimony ni Mayor Atienza. Dahil sa tingin ko yung base sa kahapon, ang significance from a legal point of view ng testimony ni Attorney Diaz ay hindi yung negligence niya o malis niya o yung gano'n. Kasi tapos na yun
Yes.
Political yung value na remind na naman yung public na hindi tama yung ginawa ng prosecution ng sinabi nila 45. Pero legal meaning talaga na-reduce yung number of properties na in question. Sa bilang ko talaga mga 5 properties na talagang pinag-aawayan dito kung talagang na-disclose ba o hindi na-disclose, no? Ibig sabihin, ang malaki talagang gap pa rin hanggang ngayon, yung pera. Saan nanggaling yung pera? Di ba? Para bilhin ang mga ito, para yung pera na doon sa bank deposit, saan nanggaling yung pera na yon?
At bakit malaking, hindi nakasaad
malaking if-fill up na information gap, yung basag idote. Kasi ang theory, di ba, na mukhang sasabihin ng defense na yung bulk ng pera na ito, 30 million sa pera na ito,
Galing sa sale.
Galing sa sale. At hindi sa kanila, hindi kay Chief Justice.
Pero
Kung
okay
hindi,
lang ba yun? Kahit
yung trust lang.
So let's say ginamit nila yung pera ng basagidote, pero yung mga titulo nasa ilalim ng pangalan nila, is that acceptable?
Yung titulo
Let's say yung pera na ginamit, yung naging proceeds ng sale nitong basagidote property sa Manila. Tapos yung pera nagamit para bumili ng mga
di ba
property.
advance? Ang sabi nila in advance daw galing sa basagidote, di ba? At then ang theory nila na yung basagidote, sole owner nun, si Mrs. Corona. Di ba? So parang in advance lang niya sariling pera galing dun sa sale na yon, pero sa kanya talaga yung pera na yon. Yun yung magiging theory. Magkikinig tayo kay Mayor Atienza ngayon kung talagang siguro i-confirm ni Mayor Atienza yon. Ang tanong ngayon kung kung sapat na yon, di ba? Sapat na yon para maniwala ang mga senador sa kwento na yon. O dapat ba si Mrs. Corona o si Chief Justice Corona pumunta para sabihin, oo nga, ganito nga tama nga sinabi ni Mayor Atienza.
At syempre, magiging maingat I foresee itong depensa, no? Dahil ayaw nila na makahanap ng opening ang prosekusyon na ma-introduce ang mga witness tulad ni na Ana Basa at yung Sister Flory,
exactly.
no? I guess,
exactly. Oh,
yun ang ayaw talaga
ayaw
nila.
Ayaw nila na mapasok yun kasi makikita ng buong sambayanan yung ginawa ayon ng mga relatives, no? I mean, yung ginawa ni Ms. Corona at ni Chief Justice Corona sa kanila.
So sa isip ng depensa, medyo pampagulo lang yung mga testimonya, maguguluhan yung kaso nila kung let's say ma-introduce ang mga bagong witness tulad ni Ana Basa.
Alam mo, irrelevant din yon from the case, di ba? Kasi kaya lang publicly, laking yun. Tulad nga yung kahapon, di ba? Yung ilang oras yun, 2 oras pinagalitan si Attorney
naku, nasabon ng husto. Binanlawan.
Wala talagang nag-white flag talaga siya doon kahit wala siya magagawa kasi naman talaga namang mali yung trabaho, di ba? Yung maaaring good faith siya, hindi ko yan kasi mukhang hindi naman siya masamang tao. Pero talagang hindi niya napaliwanag ng mabuti, di ba? Pero ang value ng purely political. Legally, wala namang value yun kasi sinabi na di ba, sinabi na talaga ng prosecution na 21 properties lang yung talagang sa tingin nila na may connection kay Corona.
Din ito hong pag-dwindle ng bilang ng mga properties na pag-aari daw ni Chief Justice, has this totally weakened the case of the prosecution?
Hindi pa ako ready to make that pronouncement na totally weekend, di ba? Weekend, yes. Kasi sa tingin ko, ito yung theory ko pwede kang magkamali sa non-disclosure o sa pag-misdisclose mo o kulang ng pag-disclose mo sa SALN. Pero kung pattern yun through the years, di ba? Through 10 years, palagi mong ginagawa, ilang beses mo ginawa, di ba? Then nag-pre-raise yun ng presumption na either negligent ka or you don't pay attention to your SALN or malicious, di ba? May tinatago ka. Kung nag-dwindle na, una 45. From 5 lang dineclare niya. Imagine, hindi siya nag-declare ng 40. Di ba? Ngayon, 21 na lang, sabi ng prosecution. So, dati 5, marami pa rin yung 16. Di ba? Personally, ako, tatanggalin ko yung 7 ni Vicente. Yes. Kasi mukhang proven na yon, di ba? Okay. Unless mag-rebuttal witness sila na magsabi na, kahapon lang yung kinuha ni Vicente, hindi talaga siya tumira dyan for 10 years, di ba? Pero kung nandiyan na yung, tanggalin mo na yung 7, so 14 na lang, di ba? Minus 5, kasi yung 5, inamin naman talaga, nandun na sa So you only have 9 properties, di ba? Marami pa rin yun sa tingin ko. Pero pag iniisa-isa na chip away yan, hanggang mapaliwanag.
Yung prosecution, parang nagkaroon ng light bulb moment kahapon din Parang gusto nilang, baka meron pa ng ibang properties.
Pero hindi
pwede pa ho ba?
Hindi na, too late na.
Hindi na pwede.
Ito na naman, yun kasi, di ba, maraming beses na namin sinabi ito, nagmadali yung, yung house dito, hindi nag-hearing, hindi nag-research, di ba?
Alright, Dean. Ayan na. Nagsisimula na po ang impeachment proceedings. Last day na po ito bago mag-break. Panoorin po natin ito.
Arroyo, Cayetano Alan Peter Compañero, Cayetano Pia, Defensor Santiago, Drilon Ejercito Estrada, Escudero, Gingona, Honasan, Lacson, Lapid, Ligarda, Marcos, Osmeña, Pangilinan, Pimentel, Recto, Revilla, Soto, Trillanes, Villar, the Senate President.
With 19 senator judges present, the presiding officer declares the presence of a quorum. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, may I ask the Sergeant at Arms to make the proclamation?
The Secretary is directed to make the proclamation.
All persons are commanded to keep silent under pain of penalty while the Senate is sitting in trial on the articles of impeachment against Chief Justice Renato Corona.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, I move that we dispense with the reading of the March 21, 2012 Journal of the Senate, sitting as an impeachment court, and consider the same as approved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none, the March 21st, 2012 Journal of the Senate, sitting as an impeachment court, is hereby approved. The Secretary will please call the case.
Case number 0022011 in the matter of impeachment trial of Honorable Chief Justice Renato C. Corona.
Mr. President,
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, may we ask the parties and or their respective counsel to enter their appearances.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Same appearance for the prosecution. We are ready, Mr. President.
Noted. Defense.
For the defense, Your Honor, the same appearance. We are ready.
Noted. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, we are ready for the continuation of the presentation of evidence by the defense.
Proceed. The defense is still presenting its evidence.
Yes, Your Honor.
Proceed.
We are calling to the stand one Ms. Brusuela as our next witness, Your Honor.
Please call her to the chamber and swear her. Take the witness stand and swear her to testify.
Mr. President, while waiting for the witness, may I make a very short manifestation, Mr. President?
Go ahead, Mr.
On behalf of the House of Representatives, may I greet
Prosecutor
Senator Pia Cayetano a happy birthday and wishing her all the best, Mr. President.
Just Ngina.
Just ang ilamet, Apo President.
Madam Witness, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in this impeachment proceeding?
Yes, Your Honor.
So help you God.
Your Honor, please, may we request for permission for Attorney Seroy to conduct the direct examination of the witness. Your Honor.
Granted. Proceed.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. May it please the Court. Madam Witness, would you be so kind as to state for the record your name, your employment, and other personal circumstances?
Good afternoon, Your Honors. I am Miriam M. Musuela. I am 57 years old, married, and a resident of Baguio City, Your Honor. And I work with John Hay Management Corporation.
Mr. President, Your Honors, the testimony of the witness is offered for the purpose of establishing the salaries, allowances, and benefits received by Mrs. Corona during her the years 2007 to 2010 with the John Hay Management Corporation.
Your Honor, please. Your Honor,
Yes.
please. May we interpose?
Prosecution.
Thank you, Your Honor. May we interpose an objection on the purpose? The reason being that if the only purpose, Your Honor, is to establish how much Mrs. Corona earned from John Hay, we submit that it's totally immaterial, irrelevant, and impertinent. And very briefly, Your Honor, we laid out a charge against Chief Justice Corona for omitting assets in his SAL-N. And we do not see how much Mrs. Corona earned could shed light on that. In other words, Your Honor, there is disconnect, and we believe that this is material and irrelevant.
Your Honor, if counsel is willing to allow us We would like to present the compensation received by Mrs. Corona because they are required to disclose this in the SALN, which is filed jointly by the spouses.
All right. Objections overruled. Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Musuela, what exactly is your function with the John Hay Management Corporation?
Your Honor, I am the current finance manager of John Hay Management Corporation.
Your Honor, please.
Yes.
To abbreviate the proceedings, Your Honor, there was marked yesterday morning one piece of evidence as exhibit for the defense. To abbreviate the proceedings, Your Honor, we won't mind going to admissions of fact if the defense is minded to do so, Your Honor, to abbreviate the proceedings.
What's the pleasure of the defense? Are you willing to stipulate?
Your Honor, if they are withdrawing their objection to the testimony and they are admitting the figures on the table, it will be faster.
All right, Your Honor.
Are you willing to accept?
We're willing. We're willing, Your Honor.
Then we take it, Your Honor, that these figures are admitted and that the certification of Ms. Musuela attests to the truth of these facts as appearing on the summary prepared by Camp John Hay.
You examine the document. And if
They have a copy, Your Honor.
Yeah. You're referring to Exhibit 219.
That is right, Your Honor.
Exhibit 219, yes. Yeah. Yes, Your Honor. We accept, we admit the, first, we admit the authenticity of Exhibit 219. Of course, the contents therein, Your Honor, is subject to the best evidence rule.
Do you also, Your Honor, may I clarify? Do you also accept that Ms. Musuela, the finance officer, is authorized to attest to the authenticity of these numbers as appearing in the records of the corporation?
Yeah? Yes, we admit that, Your Honor.
Well, if they admit, Your Honor, then I suppose there is no need.
You accept
the correctness of the figure, Your
yes,
Honor.
just a minute. Prosecution, do you accept the authenticity of that document?
We do, Your Honor.
That exhibit.
We do, Your Honor.
You accept the contents?
Subject to the best evidence rule, yes, Your Honor.
Subject to?
The best evidence rule, Your Honor, because the subject of inquiry is the content of this writing. Yes, Your Honor, we accept it.
Your Honor, this is an entry in the course of business.
The witness, the witness was under oath, and I don't think she will perjure herself.
Your Honor, but the best evidence amounts to an objection, Your Honor, to the content.
To meet the objection of the
either you agree or not agree.
We agree, Your Honor. We agree.
Oh,
we accept it.
So, all right.
We agree, Your Honor, that the figures are
Then
correct.
make the proper manifestations for the record.
Right. Your Honor, insofar as the figures appearing on Exhibit 219 is concerned, the prosecution accepts them. We admit them. Insofar as the authority of Miriam Musuela, the witness, to authenticate Exhibit 219 is concerned, we also admit them, Your Honor.
Very well, Your Honor. Then we would like to read into the record that on the year 2007, the total salary allowance and benefits received...
Then, Your Honor, that would not be necessary because we already admitted the evidence. The best evidence would be these figures appearing on the document, Your Honor.
Exactly, Your Honor. We would like to put it on record.
The danger, Your Honor...
Gentlemen, you are too technical. It's true. We will, to us, that's the best evidence that we will appreciate. We just want it to be established in the record. That document is not recorded. The exhibit number is recorded. So read it into the record.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. We wish to manifest that the document, as appeared and can be confirmed by the prosecution, will show that in the year 2007, the total salaries, allowances, and benefits received by Maria Cristina Corona amounted to 1,315,746.30 centavos. In the year 2008, the total salaries, allowances, and benefits received by Maria Cristina C. Corona amounted to 1,959,178.15 centavos. In the year 2009, the total salaries, allowances, and benefits received by Maria Cristina C. Corona amounted to 1,915,002 pesos and 79 centavos. And in the year 2010, the total salaries, allowances, and benefits received by Maria Cristina C. Corona amounted to 972,148 pesos and 30 centavos, showing a total for the period of 2007 to 2010 amounting to 6,162,075 pesos and 54 centavos. This is what is contained, Your Honors, in Exhibit 219, which the defense adopts.
All right. Are you through with the no cross? Are you through with the witness, counsel for the defense? Are you through with the witness? Defense, are you through with the witness?
Your Honor, just to establish that this was actually received by Mrs. Corona, that is all.
Precisely, are you through?
I would just propound one question.
Huh?
I just would propound the questions for one point, Your Honor.
All right.
All right. Madam Witness, your certification on this document, can you explain to us what this document represents? Whose compensation is reflected here?
It is a summary, Your Honor, of all the salaries, allowances, and benefits received by Maria Cristina C. Corona for the period 2007 to 2010, Your Honor.
Can you please tell us what is the connection of Maria Cristina Corona with the John Hay Management Corporation during this period?
During this period, Your Honor, she was the president, the corporate operating officer, chief operating officer. She was the chief executive officer and also the acting chairman of the board.
How long were you employed with the corporation?
I have been with John Hay Management Corporation since December of 2008, Your Honor.
Do you have personal knowledge of the connection of Mrs. Corona, of the employment of Mrs. Corona with the corporation?
Yes, Your Honor. She was all the above, Your Honor.
So, did you serve under her?
Yes, Your Honor. I was, when I first came in 2008, I was the budget officer, Your Honor.
Can you attest to this court that you are aware that she personally received this compensation reflected in the exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross.
Very briefly, Your Honor. Very briefly.
Proceed.
Madam Witness, do you have a copy of Exhibit 219 with you?
Yes, Your Honor.
May I ask you to please take a look at this item, salaries and allowances. And I ask you to take a look at tab D for the year 2007. Now, there is indicated in Exhibit 219 salaries and allowances of 556,605.83. Do you have it with you?
Yes, Your Honor.
My question is, how much of this amount constitutes salaries and how much of this amount constitute allowances, if you know?
It's actually all salaries, Your Honor.
These are all salaries.
Yes, Your Honor.
And so, therefore, this is the entire amount that were subject to withholding taxes.
Right, Your Honor.
Right. And that would be true also for the years 2008, 2009, and 2010.
That's correct, Your Honor.
You mentioned that Mrs. Corona was what? The president of John Hay in 2007, and she was also the chief executive officer, the CEO.
That's
in
correct, Your
2007.
Honor.
And she was also the chief operating officer, the COO.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right. Would you be able to know when Mrs. Corona joined John Hay?
Since I was employed only in 2008, Your Honor, I'm not very familiar, but I have seen records that she was a board of director in 2001.
2001.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you would not know, for example, that in 2007 she was first elected as president of John Hay. You would not know that, would you?
She was, Your Honor.
She was.
Yes.
So in 2007 she was elected as president of John Hay.
Yes, Your Honor.
And would you know when she stepped down as an employee or as an officer of John Hay?
It was on June 2010, Your Honor.
Now, the total, as appearing here in Exhibit 219, the total of all allowances, of all salaries, allowances such as rata, rice subsidy, uniform, etc., amounted to 6,162,075.54. Do you confirm that this is exactly the same amount that she received over the years covered in Exhibit 219?
For the given period, Your Honor, yes.
Yes.
Your Honor, I was under the impression that this had been admitted.
One final question, Your Honor. I asked earlier that the salaries and allowances were made subject to withholding tax. What about the allowances here stated as rata? Were they subject to withholding tax?
No, Your Honor. May I check myself, Your Honor?
Yeah, go ahead, please.
These are the amounts she was entitled to, Your Honor, but the salaries will have to be subject to the withholding tax.
But the allowances, would they be subject to withholding taxes?
As provided, Your Honor, some are subject and some are not. Just like the fringe benefit, which is subject to 32% final tax, Your Honor.
I see. But with respect to rice subsidy, with respect to uniform, with respect to medical benefits, with respect to cash gifts, these were not subject to withholding taxes, right?
It will be subject to, some will be subject, Your Honor, and some will not be.
Last two questions, Your Honor. Included in Exhibit 219 is Exhibit 219, yes, are the amounts received by Mrs. Corona as per dime being member of the Board of Directors. In fact, the entire amount received over the period of 4 years is 1,120,839.00. Were this subject to withholding tax?
Yes, Your Honor, 10%.
10%. Yes. Would you be aware if Mrs. Corona filed a separate income tax return to cover this?
I won't be privy to that information, Your Honor.
I guess that would...
Are there more last questions, Your Honor?
Are you through with your cross?
One final last question.
Thank you, Counsel.
I made reference to the amount of 6,162,75.54 representing the totals. This is the gross amount, correct?
You're correct, Your Honor.
So you did not consider here the deductions such as withholding taxes or any other deductions for that matter?
It is not yet considered here, Your Honor.
All right, okay. So that this is the net, no. So
It's
this is
gross.
not the net amount that Mrs. Corona received. Huh?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much, Your Honor. No further cross, Your Honor.
All right.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Redirect.
No redirect, Your Honor.
Right.
May we?
Witnesses discharged.
Thank you very much.
Next witness, about 1 minute suspension.
Kakatapos lamang po ng naging testimonya ni Miriam Mosuela,
Okay, so
empleyado
Dean,
ng Camp John Hay Management Corporation.
please give us some perspective as to her testimony. Ano bang na-accomplish nito?
Na-accomplish na may earnings si Mrs. Corona.
Okay, and bakit mahalaga na ma-establish na may earnings siya?
Dahil kailangan ipaliwanag. Kahit na anong nangyari sa property, na register ba o hindi, na disclose ba o hindi, kailangan ipaliwanag saan yung pera nanggaling doon sa mga properties na yun, di ba?
Okay.
Nandun yung bank deposits, may cash doon sa bank deposits. Sinasabi din ni at least si Senator Enrile na kahit na hindi mapipilitan yung PS Bank na i-disclose yung dollar deposits, ini-expect niya na si Chief Justice Corona ay magsabi na kung ano yung balances nung dollar deposits na kasi it exists. Alam na naman natin na it exists. So
And he also
nililay down.
admitted in his media interviews that he will come out with it
Oo nga,
in time.
at sinabi niya rin yun. So, nililay down nila yung predicate doon na lahat ito yung earnings ni Chief Justice doon sa Supreme Court, ito yung earnings dito, ito yung earnings sa mamaya, yung Basagidote. So, ang tanong, mag-add up ba yun?
The Defense Counsel pointed out na tinatanong niya kung ito ba net o gross at
Kaya
nataksa
nga
na ba ito?
tinatanong kasi di ba? How much actually ito magiging bean counting nga ito in the end, no? Yung how much is the total money used to buy properties? Di ba? Ano yung suma total niyan? Ano yung suma total ng income ng earnings, di ba? Lalabas pa yan dyan, sigurado yan na merong testimony dun sa earnings nila bago siya pumasok sa gobyerno. Kasi ang doon may savings siya, di ba? At yung savings niya na carry over yan sa bank accounts.
I'm a man of no ordinary means.
Kasama yung kanyang inheritance, di ba? I'm a man of no ordinary means, yun ang sinabi niya.
So bukod sa mga kinita niya bilang private executive dati, naging top government official, i-add up yon sa mga kinita niya ngayon. And where does Mrs. Corona's earning come in? Kailangan ba nakasaad rin ang mga earnings ni Mrs. Corona?
Kasi lahat ng mga lahat ng mga binili nila at lahat ng mga bank accounts nila joint.
I see. So,
and sa SALN kailangan disclose joint din.
Kahit sa SALN ni Chief Justice, kailangan naka-reflect doon yung kita ni Mrs.
Yes.
So, it actually favors them na malaki ang earnings ni Mrs. Corona?
Well, kasi it will explain
that they were able to acquire properties. But how will it explain that they weren't able to reflect it in the SALN?
Yan. Well, pwedeng sabihin nila na hindi nila yung kaya tinatanong, di ba, yung income ba yun o compensation ba yun o allowances, di ba?
What difference does it make? It has to be reflected in the SALN.
I think yung compensation reflected. Yung allowances, may konting, di ba, may konting vagueness. No?
Pero itong total na 6 million plus earned from 2007 to 2010, sinabi na income yon, may allowances, etc. No?
Yung income po nun definitely dapat reflected, di ba?
So saan kaya papunta itong 6 million na ito? Saan tayo papunta ngayon?
Anong saan pupunta?
Kaya na-establish na nila na 6 million yung kinita ni Mrs.
I-add nila yun sa total.
I-add nila sa Basagidote
Kasi yung Basagidote sale, sa kung ano mang earnings na pakita nila, lahat yan, i-add up nila lahat yan.
Incidentally, nakita ko na si dating Manila Mayor Lito Atienza. Balikan na po natin ang impeachment proceedings.
The good mayor of the good mayor of Manila.
Mayor, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth in this impeachment proceeding? So help you God.
If Your Honor, please, may we request permission for Attorney Dean de Los Angeles, member of the defense panel, to be allowed to conduct the direct examination.
Granted.
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, on the part of the prosecution, may we request that Attorney Renato Samonte Jr. be recognized to receive the direct testimony and to conduct the cross if necessary.
Granted.
Thank you.
With the permission of the Honorable Court, the testimony of former Mayor Jose L. Atienza is offered to prove that early 2001, Basagidote Enterprises owned at least one parcel of land in the corner of Legarda and Bustillo Streets, Sampaloc, Manila, that Cristina Rocco Corona was authorized by the Board of Basagidote Enterprises to sell such property, that the City of Manila passed an ordinance to expropriate such property, and pursuant to law, it first offered to buy, and Cristina Corona, for and on behalf of Basagidote Enterprises, agreed to sell such property, which would be used by the City of Manila as a relocation site of its then Sampaloc market, that Cristina Corona received for and on behalf of Basagidote Enterprises 34,703,800 pesos from the City of Manila for such property. I manifest, Your Honors, that a subsequent witness will then testify that from the 34,703,800 pesos, Respondent Chief Justice borrowed 11 million pesos as stated in his SAL-N, and which amount he used to purchase the La Vista property.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Subject to our cross, Your Honor.
Kayo ba ang dating alkalde ng Maynila?
Opo.
Kailan ba kayo naging alkalde ng Maynila?
Simula po noong 1998 hanggang 2007.
Noong kayo ang alkalde ng Maynila, nalaman ba ninyo ang naging problema ng palengke ng Sampaloc dahil sa MRT project?
Ako po'y bagong mayor pa lang noon, bagong halal, nang kami pinasabihan ng LRTA na kakailanganin yung bahagi ng aming pag-aari ng lungsod na kung tawagin ay Old and New Sampaloc Market, sapagkat magtatayo sila roon ng Legarda Station. Kaya mapipilitan silang expropriating yung property. Yun pong simula ng aking pagkaalam dun sa nabubuong problema na kinailangan naming harapin. Sapagkat yung po'y palengke, yun ang ginagamit ng buong Sampaloc para sa kanilang pangangailangan.
Saan ho ba lugar yung Sampaloc na palengke?
Doon po sa harapan lamang ng property ng mga basa. Medyo napapaloob lang ng konti. Kasi yung basa property nasa kantong-kanto po ng Legarda and Bustillos. But the old Sampaloc Market was a bit set back, siguro mga 50 meters from the Legarda Street.
Pumayag po ba kayo sa LRTA na ipagbili ang palengke ng Sampaloc?
Alam kung makakabuti sa lungsod yung transportasyon yon. Ano po? Yun po yung MRT2 na dudugtong doon sa LRT1 na dumadaan sa Taft Avenue. So alam ko po ang magiging benepisyo ng lungsod sa pagtatayo ng linyang yon at yung pagkakatatag ng sinasabi nilang Legarda Station sapagkat magkakaroon po ng sakayan at babaan ang mga tiga Sampaloc na napakalaking bahagi po ng Maynila. Kaya minabuti ko talagang tulungan ang LRTA makahanap ng solusyon. They needed the land, humanap po ako ng paraan para yun ay aming mapagkasunduan at matulungan namin sila.
Sino po ba ang may-ari ng lupa ng palengke ng Sampaloc?
Ay city government po. Yun po yung property ng city government and we were really in control of the property.
Noong sinabi ho ng LRTA na gusto ninyang bilhin itong lupa kung nasaan ang Sampaloc na palengke, magkano ho naman ninyo sinabing gusto ninyong ipagbili itong lupa na ito?
Alam niyo, pinag-isipan namin mabuti yun sapagkat napakalaking problema ang aming susuungin. Aalisin namin yung palengking luma. Samantalang may mga stallholders pong umaasa ron. At merong mga mamamayang bumibili ng kanilang bilihin doon. You cannot just erase a public market out of existence. So the challenge called for an immediate replacement. Hindi dapat maputol po yung serbisyo publiko as public markets are public service. One of the essential services of the city government is to render and operate public markets. So we had to look for a solution right away. Humanap kami ng maaaring paglipatan noong mga manininda who were already agitated. Nung kumalat po ang balita na magtatayo ng Legarda Station doon, meron ding mga kumontra, lalo na po yung mga stallholders. Paano kami? Saan kami kikita? mawawala na lang kami ng aming stall ganito. I had to assure them that no, we will not allow the demolition of this public market until we are able to find a relocation site for you and for the public. Kaya humanap po kami ng lupa agad. Within the vicinity, sinundan po namin yung prinsipyong minimum dislocation.
Nakakita po ba kayo ng kapalit?
Meron po mga ilang potential. In fact, several parcels of land were pointed out to me by our city engineer and our city architect, my secretary to the mayor. And ang aking nakita talaga, very ideal, yung nasa kanto ng Bustillos at Legarda. Sapagkat yung po napakalapit doon sa palengking gigibain.
Nung panahon yun, kilala ho ba ninyo kung sino ang may-ari?
Hindi po. I had to direct my city administrator, Colonel Antonio Fernando, to immediately seek out the owners of this property because yun ang sa tingin ko pinaka-ideal. Yung iba sa interior. Mahirap naman magtayo ng palengke sa looban. Sabi ko, hanapin nyo may-ari niyan and immediately get in touch with them.
Sa pagkaalam ho ninyo, nalaman ba kung sino ang may-ari ng lupa na gusto ninyong makuha?
After a short period of research, nakita po nila, owned by the Basag Guidotti Enterprise or Mercantile. Meron po dalawang kumpanya rin.
Nung natuntunan ninyo ang may-ari, anong ginawa ninyo?
Immediately, pinasulatan ko po rin sa aking city administrator na pasabihan sila para wag silang mabigla that we have a need for their property at kung maaaring makipagkita sila agad upang maumpisahan ang pag-uusap at maipaliwanag sa nila ang gamit na aming kinakailangan.
Paano ho ba ninyo pinaalam sa Basag Guidotti?
Sa pamamagitan po ng isang liham, alam ko po yun, na ipinakita sa akin ng city administrator ko po na pinayagan ko.
Pinapakita ko po sa inyo isang liham na may petsang Mayo 13, 1999.
Tama po. Naalala ko po yun.
Maaari bang pakita? Okay. Ano ang kaugnayan nitong sulat na ito sa inyong sinabi?
Sinasaad po ron yung aming intensyon at pangangailangan ng serbisyo publiko na yung kanilang lupa na covered by Certificate of Titles number 76220 ay kinakailangan po ng lungsod. Kaya gaya po sinabi namin, the earlier we talk about it, we discuss the matter, baka mabuti po para sa lahat.
Yan ba yung sulat na inyong sinasabi?
Opo.
Your Honor, please. I observe that it's just a photocopy. May we know from the defense if they have a certified copy or an original copy of the said document or instrument?
We have requested the present.
Just for proper guidance.
Yes. We are trying to get the original, and in the meantime, we ask for conditional marking.
So you don't have yet the original?
As of now, not yet.
I just want to be clear on that.
May I request, Your Honor, that this letter dated May 13, 1999 be marked as Exhibit 226.
Mark it accordingly.
Okay, sinasaad sa sulat. Before that, meron hong nakapirma diyan sa sulat na yan sa pagkataas ng city administrator. Kaninong sulat ho? Kaninong pirma ho yan?
Ito po yung city administrator ng panahong yon, Antonio Fernando.
Okay, sinasaad sa sulat ng city administrator na mayroong cadastral map, nakalakip yung sulat na yan. Natatandaan ba ninyo yung mapa na yan?
Opo, ito po yung location noong lote na aming tinitignan at tinihingi.
May I request, Your Honor, that cadastral map attached to the letter dated May 13, 1999 be marked as Exhibit 226-A.
Mark it accordingly.
Ano ba ang inyong profesyon?
Ako po'y kumuha ng arkitektura sa UST. Pero hindi po ako nagpa-practice at hindi po ako nakakuha ng board.
Bilang isang estudyante na kumuha ng arkitektura, nakakaintindi po ba kayo ng cadastral map and sketch?
Opo, ako po'y naging National Housing Authority General Manager din noong 1986 after the EDSA Revolution under President Cory's administration.
Okay. Ipapakita ko sa inyo itong mapa. Saan dito yung lupain ng Basagidote na gusto ninyong makuha para relocation site ng Sampaloc Market?
Nasa kanto po, panulukan ng Legarda at Bustillos. Ito po yung dalawang main avenue sa Sampaloc.
Your Honor, please, again, it appears to be a mere photocopy. So
same manifestation.
Same manifestation.
May we request that that portion of the map be marked as Exhibit 226-B.
Mark it accordingly.
Pakituro rin po ninyo.
What is the present name now of Legarda and Bustillos, if there was any change?
Ano raw ho ang pangalan ng kalye ng Legarda at Bustillos kung napalitan na?
Hindi po. Legarda pa rin po.
Legarda pa rin po.
At
Bustillos pa rin.
Bustillos pa rin po.
O sige. Salamat.
Hindi po kami nagpapalit ng pangalan noong mga panahon yun.
Pakitingnan ho nga uli ninyo itong mapa o sketch at ituro ninyo kung saan yung lupa ng Old and New Sampaloc Market.
Gaya na sinabi ko po, yung Old and New Sampaloc Market na due for demolition ay nasa harapan lang in this portion. Ito po yung Basagidote property across, pero medyo inward. May setback ng konti from Legarda. About 50 meters away from Legarda.
May I request, Your Honor, that the area that was pointed out by the witness be marked as Exhibit 226-C.
Mark it accordingly.
Nasabi ninyo kanina na inutusan ninyo ang city administrator na sumulat sa Basagidote noong Mayo 13, 1999. Sinagot ho ba yung sinabing sulat?
Wala po eh. Matagal na panahong hindi tumutugon. Kaya ninanag ko nga po yung city administrator ko at napapagalitan ko. Sabi ko, ba't walang reply? Walang reaction. Are they interested or not? Warningan mo. Siyempre, ako po bilang mayor, I was agitated. I was being pressured by the LRT people that they were going to take over the public market. There was agitation among the stallholders. There was, of course, the barangays in the area demanding for a solution to the impasse. Pinagagalitan ko yung city administrator ko. You get action done. Hindi pwede sumulat ka lang.
So, ano ang ginawa ho ninyo?
Nung hindi po sumasagot, naalala ko, I went to the city council and talked to Vice Mayor Danny Lacuna and asked them already, prepare an expropriation measure. That seems to be the only way we can take hold of that property. Kung ini-expropriate tayo sa kanan, expropriate natin sa kaliwa.
Ano ang nangyari sa pinasulong ninyong
umaksyon po naman agad si Vice Mayor Lacuna. Immediately, an expropriation measure was passed, discussed and passed, at hinawakan ko na po yun. And I told my staff, kung hindi lalapit yung mga yan, kasuhan na lang natin.
Pinapakita ko po sa inyo ang ordinansya bilang 7975 na may petsang Enero 24, 2000 na hinihingi ko pong mamarkahan na Exhibit 227.
Yan po yung ordinansa, 7975.
Meron hong mga pirma dyan sa ordinansang yan. Doon sa itaas na pangalan na Danilo Lacuna. Kanino hong pirma yon?
Ito po yung pirma niya sapagkat kilala ko po pirma ni Vice Mayor. Ito po naman sa kaliwa. Kilala ko po ito. Pirma ko po ito.
Okay. Doon ho sa attesting witnesses.
Yung po yung pirma naman ng aking sekretaryo, si Attorney Emmanuel Sison, at yung sa kanan po naman ay Secretary of the City Council, Attorney Rodolfo Lapid. Bakit
ho ninyo alam na yun ang kanilang pirma?
Yun po ang aming madalas na pirmahan ng aming mga dokumento na nagbumula po sa City Council.
Okay. Napuna ko po na isinasaad sa Section 1 ng ordinansang yan na ang lupa na i-expropriate ay sa pag-aari ng Guidotti Mercantile Corporation. Ngunit ang sinabi ninyo kanina ay ang may-ari ng lupa na paglilipatan ng palengke ng Sampaloc ay Basa Guidotti Enterprises. Maaari ba ninyong ipaliwanag ito?
Kung mababasa po ninyo sa ordinansa, nababanggit po rito ang ilang parsela. In fact, there are about 5 parcels of land mentioned in the ordinance, and based on what the City Council may have researched, a number of these parcels of land, or maybe a majority of them, belong to the Guidotti Mercantile Corporation. Kaya yun ang ginamit po sa headline, sa heading. And pero sa amin pong pagsasaliksik, eventually, yung lot number 76220, the Basa property, belong to the Basa Guidotti Enterprise. Yun po ang kadahilanan kaya hindi po naging eksakto ang impormasyon sa ordinansa.
Na sabi ho ninyo ang TCT number 76220. Pinapakita ko po sa inyo ang certified true copy ng TCT number 76220 na gusto naming markahan ng Exhibit 228.
Ito po ang nakita kong titulo. Ito po nakatala. Basa Guidotti Enterprise Incorporated.
May I request, Your Honor, that this TCT number 76220 consisting of 2 pages, 4 pages, be marked as Exhibit 228.
Mark it accordingly.
May I also request, Your Honor, that the registered owner of this TCT number 76220, namely Basa Guidotti Enterprises, Inc., be bracketed and submarked as Exhibit 228-A.
Mark it accordingly.
Kung mapupunan ninyo, meron hong 2 lote na nakasaad dyan sa TCT number 76220. Ano ho ba dyan sa 2 lote ang gustong makuha ng lungsod ng Maynila upang maging relocation site ng palengke ng Sampaloc?
Tama po, 2 bahagi po itong titulo ito eh. Yung isang 200 square meters at saka yung 1,027 square meters. Yung pong mas malaking bahagi ang aming talagang interesado kami.
Nag-appropriate po ba ang City Council ng halaga upang ma-expropriate yung lupa na ginugusto ninyo?
Meron po. Immediately they appropriated 30 million pesos available for this, authorized for this particular ordinance and purchase of the parcel of land.
Is that appropriation found in the ordinance that you earlier mentioned?
Andito po sa heading. Appropriating 30 million pesos or so much thereof. Okay. Yung po naman ang kulatilya sa expropriation, or so much thereof. In other words, it can be a bit higher, it can be a bit lower, depende po sa magiging final pricing.
Pagkatapos na ipasa yung ordinansa na yan, ano ang nangyari?
Dumaan po ang panahon na wala rin pong aksyon yung kabilang bahagi. And I remember, agitated na po kami dahil parang ayaw yata maniwala sa ating desisyon. Akin pong binigyan ng direktiba yung secretary to the mayor and our legal officer, draft a letter clearly stating our determined effort to get that parcel of land. Because we're already running out of time. We cannot allow the old market to be demolished without a relocation lot assured. Or at least the emergency stalls to be constructed in. Kaya inatasan ko po yung sekretaryo ko to draft a letter practically stating that and quoting a price as a first step towards our communication lines.
Okay. Did your secretary actually draft the letter?
Opo, immediately.
Okay. Pinapakita ko po sa inyo ang isang sulat na may petsang Nobyembre 28, 2000 na hinihingi ko pong mamarkahan na Exhibit 229.
Ito po yung sulat, gusto ko lang idiin na in the second to the last paragraph, I personally asked my secretary to include this. If we still do not hear from you within 5 days from receipt of this demand, we shall be constrained to file the necessary complaint of expropriation against you and take possession of your property upon deposit of 20% of the assessed value thereof.
Kanino ho ba naka-address?
Are you marking the document?
Yes, Your Honor. We are requesting that it be marked as 229.
Naka-address po ito sa Basa Guidote Enterprises, yung pong nagmamayari according to the title. And attention, Mrs. Cristina Corona.
All right. There appears a signature at the bottom of that letter above the name Emmanuel Season. Whose signature is that?
Ito po ay dun sa aking sekretaryo who of a long period of time. Sekretaryo ko po ito from my vice mayorship and
ano ho ang alok ninyo sa Basa Guidote para sa lupa nila?
we offered them, of course, the lowest possible that we could, 25,000 per square meter, knowing very well that we had to have a starting point.
Ano ho ba naman ang presyo na ipinagbibili ninyo dun sa old and new Sampaloc Market na gustong kunin ng LRTA?
At that point, benta na namin yung kabila.
Magkano ho ninyo binenta yon?
Benta po namin ng 155 million pesos.
At more or less, magkano per square meter lumalabas?
Hindi ko na po maalalaman yun dahil binili po nila yung lock, stock and barrel kasama po yung lumang palengke na bubong at mayroong mga stall sa loob. And alam ko naman hindi naman nila gagamitin yun dahil gigibain nga nila yun. Pero pinresyohan ko ng presyo hindi binibenta para ma-delay ng konti. Nagbayad agad umuo at nagbayad. So that placed me in another predicament. I have to now get hold of the property that we are eyeing.
Alam ho ba ninyo, humugit kumulang kung ano lumalabas ang presyo per square meter noong old and new?
Ang prevailing prices po doon, sapagkat namimili ang LRT, alam ko we knew what the LRT people were doing in the area and they were buying properties to accommodate their requirements. The prevailing prices there were between 45 to 50,000.
Okay. Gaano po ba kalayo itong dalawang lupa na ito? Itong old and new Sampaloc Market at saka itong lupa ng Basa Guidote Enterprises?
Across the street lang po yan. Yung palengking luma, nasa harapan nitong Basa property. Kaya lang, nasa loob ng konti yung old market. May setback po. Yun ang kinaroroonan ng Legarda Station ngayon, Central Station.
Nasabi po ninyo na yung Legarda Market or Sampaloc Market ay merong bubungan. Ano ho ba naman ang nakatayo doon sa Basagidote na lupain?
Meron pong gusali na nakatayo. Lumang gusali na merong mga ilang tenants sa second floor at meron pong mga commercial activities sa ibaba. Kaya ito sa combination of a residential and commercial use.
Mukhang napakababa naman ho ang turing ninyo sa lupa ng Basagidote. Bakit ganoon?
Mr. President, talaga pong medyo kilala kami nung panahon namin eh. Kami, nagbebenta po kami ng lupa ng gobyerno, sky high. Pagka kami naman ang bibili ng lupa ng pribado, lalo't-lalo na para sa public use ng kailangan ng lungsod, talaga rock bottom. Kami tinagurian ng lahat ng pangalan. Barat kung barat, pero nakukuha po namin sa tamang presyo.
Pagkatapos ninyong sinulatan ang Basagidote noong Nobyembre 28, 2000, ano ang nangyari?
Noong 2000, nung pinadala na yung sulat, doon nag-responde na po yung may-ari. Dumating sa opisina, humingi ng appointment po yung si Mrs. Cristina Corona at aking po naman agad na in-schedule. Kaya nagkita kami for the first time.
Saan ho kayo nagkita?
Sa opisina ko po.
Ano ang pagpapakilala sa inyo ni Ginang Cristina Corona?
Silang araw po yung kinatawan ng may-ari ng lupa at handa na po sila makipag-usap. Dahil nabasa na nga yung letter namin with finality that we are going to expropriate. We are going to file the necessary case. At medyo may pakiusap ng konti. Huwag naman yung munang madaliin. Huwag yung munang tuloy ang kaso sapagkat baka naman meron tayong mapagkaisahan na fair price. Hindi po naman kami kumukontra. Yun ang kanilang purpose for the meeting. To let us know that they were not against, but they were after a fair price.
Sinabi ho ninyo na ang sinabi ni Ginang Cristina Corona ay sila ang kinatawan ng Basagidote Enterprises. Meron ho ba siyang pinakitang magpapatibay sa kanyang sinabi?
Yun po aking unang-unang tinanong. Sabi ko, paano po namin malalaman na kayo ang authorized representative of the corporation? Because we are talking to the corporation and you are saying you are the authorized party. She submitted to us a certification of a board resolution stating very clearly that the corporate board assigns certain Cristina Corona to act for and in behalf of the corporation and to negotiate and to even accept payment for whatever agreements that we may arrive at. So that was sufficient to continue meeting with Mrs. Corona to discuss the details of the purchase.
Ipinapakita ko po sa inyo isang notaryadong secretary certificate na may petsang Hunyo 19, 1987 na ginawa ni Asuncion Basa Rocco, Corporate Secretary ng Basagidote Enterprises. Ano ho ang kaugnayan nito doon sa sinabi ninyong certification?
Ito po yun eh. Ito po yung ipinakita sa amin at amin tinanggap na authorization ng pagkatao ni Mrs. Corona to continue talking to the city government.
May I request, Your Honor, that this Secretary Certificate be marked as Exhibit 230. 230.
Accordingly.
Your Honor, may we adopt the same as our own Exhibit 11G? And the H? Hotel, Your Honor. Sorry. And
are you adopting that same
yes,
document?
as our own, Your Honor. This early. And the other document which was not yet marked by the defense, which is the letter,
Mark na.
we would like to mark it now, Your Honor, as our own exhibit. Mark na ba? As our own exhibit I, Your Honor. And the notation appearing on top of on the right upper portion thereof to be encircled and be marked in evidence for the prosecution as exhibit I-1, Your Honor, which reads, received 5 December 2000 with a signature on top of the readable portion, R.C. Corona, Your Honor.
Mark it accordingly.
There is a name appearing at the bottom of this secretary's certificate under attested by. Can you please read to us the name of that person?
Ang akin pong pagkakabasa rito noon at hanggang ngayon kasi medyo malabo. Sister Concepcion Basa. At yun po naman sa taas Asuncion Basa Rocco.
Okay. Meron ho bang kasama si Ginang Cristina Corona noong nakipagkita sa inyo?
Kasama po yung kanyang butihing kabiyak.
Ano ho ba ang pagpakilala nila sa iyo?
Si Attorney Renato Corona, abogado.
Kilala ba ho ninyo yung Ginoong Corona noong panahon na yon?
Hindi po. Yung pa unang pagkakataon ng pagkikita namin, bagamat nababasa ko sa dyaryo sapagkat alam ko naging bahagi siya ng Presidential Legal Office noong panahon ni Pangulong Ramos.
Sa pagkaalam ba ninyo ay meron katungkulan si Ginoong Corona nung nakipagkita sa inyo?
Wala po. Ang pagpapakilala niya sa sarili niya at pagkakilala ko po ay he was a private practitioner.
Nung nakipagkita sa inyo si Ginoong at Ginang Corona, ano ho ang sinabi ninyo sa kanila?
Pinaliwanag ko po yung intensyon ng Maynila na the case will be filed unless we come to terms. And there is no way that we could possibly let go of that particular property because ang laki na po ng problema at that point. The stallholders were really agitated na napasukan na po ng ideological issues. The government being anti-poor and how can we allow the demolition of public market for whatever purpose. Meanwhile, Sampaloc residents were also becoming very worried about the loss of the public market. So, pinaliwanag ko kay Attorney Corona, nandun na siya noon. Sabi ko, wala kami magagawa. We will have to go to court. We will expropriate your property and be ready to face the consequences. But we will take hold of the property to serve the purposes of public service.
Meron ho bang sinabi si Ginang Corona tungkol sa inalok ninyong presyo para sa lupa nila?
From the very start, alam ko naman na they were responsible people realizing the predicament of the city government and not miscalculating the intentions of the administration, that they were willing to talk. So Mrs. Corona was somehow requesting, baka naman pwede itaas din nyo. Dahil yun lang naman ang aming pakiusap Hindi naman po kami tumatanggi.
Magkano ho ang pinapakiusap ni Ginang Corona?
Sabi nila, nagbebentahan po naman dito ng up to 50,000. Baka naman pwedeng, yun po ang gamitin niyo. Di wala na pong expropriation. 50,000 per square meter.
Ano naman ang sagot ninyo?
Napatawa ko dahil hindi naman ako papayag ng 50,000. Alam na namin ang aming strategy and when we were dealing with them, we had a game plan And we cannot possibly pay 50,000 per square meter. So sinabi ko, flat, no. We will have to stick to the 25.
Ano ho ang sinabi nila sa sagot ninyo?
They will consider it, but they will meet and they will again come for another meeting. Sabi ko, bilis-bilisan nyo because we can only wait so much.
Alam ba ni Ginoong at Ginang Corona na may bala kayong i-expropriate yung lupa nila?
Malinaw po yun. Pinakita ko pa ho yung kopya ng expropriation. And as a lawyer, sabi niya kung maaari naman, wag na natin paabutin dyan. Alam ko consequences ng expropriation. He knows he will only get 20%. Meanwhile, we will take possession of the property and the public project will still go up. Kaya sabi ko, bilisan niyo pag-iisip at kami po naman we will reconsider and we will consider your request so that we will communicate to you as soon as possible our last and final offer and you decide from there. Otherwise, we'll see you in court.
Nagkita pa ho ba kayo pagkatapos nung...
Sumulat muna ako ng clearly defining our intentions. Pumapayag na kaming i-adjust ng konti yung presyo. Gawin nating 34,000 per square meter. Hindi na po kami makikipag-usap from there. And then, pumayag naman sila. Sumulat agad. Mabilis yung sagot nila. Reluctantly, I remember the key word, reluctantly, we are giving in to your price.
Okay, nasabi ho ninyo na sumulat kayo.
Opo.
Pinapakita ko po sa iyo ang isang sulat na may petsang Enero 8, 2001 na para sa Basa Guidote.
Tama po. Sapagkat ito na po Enero na po ito. Enero 8, 2001. Medyo magulo na ang panahon nun. We were in a very restive condition. I had my own backyard agitated with this issue alone. And so therefore, ako na mismo sumulat. First time po ako nag-communicate. Kasi I thought, ako po ang kausap na nila. Ako na sumulat. Para maniwala na sila na ito'y magkikita na tayo sa korte kung hindi kayo papayag.
May I request, Your Honor, that this letter dated January 8, 2001 be marked as Exhibit 232.
That's a letter to whom?
I'm sorry, 231, Your Honor.
May we know if that is an original or a
Is that
duplicate
a letter
original?
Just a minute. That's a letter from whom to whom?
That letter is from the mayor to Basa Guidote. So the original, Your Honor, will be with Basa Guidote.
Mark it accordingly.
May we know if at least
Conditional.
that is if at least that is a duplicate original. May we know, Your Honor? Or a plain photocopy.
Mayor, do you have a duplicate original of this letter?
Lagay ko, nasa mayor's office po ngayon yun. Lahat ng records dito nasa City Hall po.
Okay, we will endeavor to look for that duplicate original for comparison purposes.
So that this copy came from the defense,
Yes,
not
Your
from
Honor.
the mayor.
No. This copy...
Just to be clarified.
This copy...
This very copy now being marked came from the defense or from the good mayor?
If I'm not mistaken,
Your Honor.
it came from the good mayor
Himself.
himself.
He brought it over this afternoon.
I think that was shown to me when I talked to him the other day.
So it came from him?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Now, there appears a signature above the name Jose Atienza in that letter. Whose signature is that?
Pirma ko po ito. Akin po.
Ano ho ang reaksyon ng Basa Guidote sa sulat na yan?
Sumagot na po sila formally. After this letter, they formally accepted the price. And that closed the negotiation.
Okay. Pinapakita ko po sa inyo ang isang sulat na may petsang Pebrero 13, 2001. Yan ho ba yung sinasabi ninyong sulat na galing sa Basa Guidote?
Tama po, ito po yung address sa akin at pinirmahan po naman ng Cristina R. Corona, authorized representative of the Basa Guidote Enterprises.
May we request, Your Honor, that this letter dated February 13, 2001 be marked as Exhibit 232.
Mark it accordingly.
Okay, there appears a signature below that letter under the words received original. Whose signature is that?
Pirma po nung Secretary to the Mayor. Siya po ang tumatanggap ng mga communications.
And who is he?
Attorney or Secretary Emmanuel Sison.
Pagkatapos na matanggap ninyo yung pagsang-ayon ng Basa Guidotti Enterprises, ano ang nangyari?
Nung pumayag na po sila, natapos yung negosasyon. Kami po naman pinatakbo namin yung proseso ng consummation. The necessary deed of sale was directed by us to be prepared, and our city legal office went into action at gumawa na po ng draft deed of sale.
I'm showing to you a copy of a deed of sale which we would like to mark as Exhibit 233.
Mark it accordingly.
Is this the deed of sale that you refer to?
Opo.
What's the date of that deed of sale?
This deed of sale is dated March 26, 2001, Your Honor.
Between whom?
March 26.
Between whom?
Ano daw? Between the City of Manila and Basa Guidotti Enterprises.
Opo.
Okay.
Namarkahan na ba?
Mark it accordingly.
Okay. Consisting of 5 pages. May we make of record that this deed of sale consists of 5 pages and that the original of this deed of sale will be presented by the next witness, Your Honor.
The original is counsel.
Yes.
The original is
With the next witness, the acting custodian of records of the City of Manila, Your Honor.
that ought to be in the register of deeds.
No, Your Honor. I think the original is still with the acting records custodian of the City of Manila, Your Honor.
Not registered?
I'm not very clear about that, Your Honor, but it seems that the deed of sale has not yet been registered.
Okay.
But I'm not sure about that, Your Honor.
Proceed.
There appears signatures on the deed of sale. Can you please identify the signature above the name Jose L. Atienza?
Pirma ko po ito.
And there is also a signature above the name Cristina Corona. Whose signature is that?
Pirma po ni Mrs. Corona ito. Dahil nagpirmahan kami magkaharap eh.
Okay.
And meron kaming testigo, si Attorney Emmanuel Sison at saka si Attorney Melchor Monsod, our City Legal Officer.
Okay. Meron ho bang ebidensya na itong deed of absolute sale ay dumaan sa legal office ng lungsod ng Maynila?
Natitiyak ko po sapagkat hindi naman ako pipirma ng anuman dokumento na hindi sinuri at pinag-aralan ng aming abogado to make sure that all the requirements that we are expecting from the document are all contained in the final deed of sale. At meron po ng mga dokumento itong, I'm sure, on the endorsements of the necessary documents that we are asking for or to be acted on. Meron pong mga endorsement letters yan.
Okay, pinapakita ko po sa inyo isang endorsement dated March 9, 2001, mark as exhibit na hinihingi naming markahan na exhibit 234. Pakitingnan ho ninyo yung nakapirma dyan sa Exhibit 234 at pakisabi ninyo kung kanino ang pirma yan.
Ito po ay endorsement ng City Legal Office. Pirmado po ng City Legal Officer, Attorney Melchor Monsod, na nagsasaad na yung kanilang inihandang deed of absolute sale ay kalakip at hinihingan po nila ng approval ng inyong lingkod.
Pinapakita ko ang first endorsement na may petsang Mayo 16, 2001. Ano ho ba itong endorsement na ito?
Ito po naman ay, again, another referral, endorsement of the Secretary to the Mayor, to the Office of the City Accountant, requesting issuance of the necessary certificate of availability of funds in the amount of 34 million pesos for payment of the property located along Legarda, Sampaloc, covered by TCT 76220.
Meron hong pirma dyan sa first endorsement na yan. Kanino pirma yan?
Si Attorney Season yan. Kilala ko po yung pirmang yan.
Okay, may we request, Your Honor, that this first endorsement dated May 16, 2001 be marked as Exhibit 235.
Mark it accordingly.
Pinapakita ko rin sa inyo ang second endorsement na may petsang Mayo 22, 2001. Ano ho ito?
Ito po naman ay referred din ng tanggapan ni Attorney Season to the Chief Accounting and Property Division, the attached certificate, na-issuean na po ng Certificate of Availability of Funds nung halagang 34,700,000 as payment of the property.
Merong pirma dyan sa second endorsement.
Pirmado po ni Attorney Emmanuel Season.
Okay. May we request, Your Honor, that the second endorsement dated May 22, 2001 be marked as Exhibit 236.
Mark it accordingly.
Alam ho ba ninyo kung anong nangyari sa dalawang request at endorsements na ito?
Opo, yun po ay tumakbo na sa proseso at nagbunga na yan.
Nung sinabi niyong nagbunga, gusto ho ba niyong sabihin na-aprobahan ang availability of funds?
Nagkaroon po ng certification of funds availability that could lead, that should lead to the preparation of the necessary checks.
Pinapakita ko sa inyo ang isang sulat na may petsang Mayo 18, 2001. Ito ho ba yung sinasabi ninyo?
Ito po yung sulat na po ng City Accountant na nagmumula po sa the Office of the City Treasurer and the Office of the City Budget Officer. Tatlo po silang nag-certify ng availability of funds.
Meron hong mga pirma dyan.
Andito po.
Paki-identify ho nga ninyo.
City Treasurer, Liberty Toledo, City Accountant, Gloria Quilantang, City Budget Officer, Alice Muscaya.
May I request, Your Honor, that this letter dated May 18, 2001 be marked as Exhibit 237.
Mark it accordingly.
Pagkatapos i-issue ang Certificate of Availability of Funds, ano ang ginawa ng City of Maynila tungkol sa Deed of Absolute Sale?
Nagpirma na nga po kami at meron na pong pera pambayad.
Paano ho ninyo binayaran itong 34,703,800?
In the form of a check of the city government, of the City of Manila.
Pinapakita ko sa inyo ang isang cheque ng Land Bank number 188804 dated June 5, 2001 na may halagang 34,703,800 800 pesos. Ito ho ba yung cheque?
Bagamat hindi po ako nakapirma rito. Ang nakapirma po rito ay City Treasurer at yung Secretary to the Mayor by authority of the Mayor, as he was the signatory to all our payments at that time.
Who is the payee of that check?
Ito po yung naka-address po sa Cristina Corona ITF in Trust 4, Basa Guidote Enterprises Incorporated.
If I'm not mistaken, this was previously marked as Exhibit 44 for the defense early on.
Are you marking the check?
I have a copy here coming from the Secretariat, Your Honor, which we will adopt as our own as exhibit.
If Your Honor, please.
Yeah.
Just a minute. Has the defense marked the check as exhibit?
Yes, Your Honor, what we marked earlier was a Xerox copy. But this check, which is now being presented, came from the auditing officer, the COA.
Of?
The Commission on Audit, Your Honor.
Yes, and you're marking it?
We would like to mark it as Exhibit 238, Your Honor.
So mark it accordingly.
And for the prosecution as Exhibit 11J, Your Honor. For the front portion and the dorsal portion as 11J-1, Your Honor.
Mark
Maybe also
the same accordingly for the prosecution.
May we also request that the dorsal portion be marked as Exhibit 238-A.
For the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mark it accordingly.
Your Honor, may we request for further marking, sub-marking? We would like to request that the entry at the back portion thereof, reading for deposit 2, account 001512-0029-74, and the name Cristina R. Corona be encircled and be further marked Exhibit 11 J-2, Your Honor.
Mark it accordingly for the prosecution.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Meron ho bang katibayan na ito ay natanggap, itong cheque ay natanggap ni Ginang Corona?
Yan po yung natitiyak ko sapagkat sa opisina ko po nagkaroon kami ng simple ceremony of agreement na ikinatuwa ng lahat.
Meron ho bang voucher ito?
Meron po. At
Okay.
covered by the necessary vouchers.
May we request, pinapakita ko po sa inyo ang isang voucher. Ano ho yung kaugnayan nitong voucher na ito doon sa inyong sinabi?
Ito po ang official document that allows or the preparation and the release of the money.
Okay, there appears at the bottom of the voucher under received a signature. Whose signature is that?
Ang tumanggap po ay si Cristina R. Corona.
Okay. May I request, Your Honor, that this voucher be marked as Exhibit 239.
Mark it accordingly.
Tinatawag ko ho ang pansin ninyo, Ginoong Mayor, sa paragraph 2 ng Deed of Absolute Sale. Pakikita nga kay Mayor ang Deed of Absolute Sale.
Opo.
Na nagsasaad, simultaneously with the payment of the said sum, Basa Guidote shall voluntarily surrender to the city its owner's duplicate copy of TCT number 76220. Ano ba ang nangyari pagkabigay ng cheque kay Ginang Cristina Corona?
Ang akin pong nakita, sa kaalaman ko po, tinurn over po yung, nakita ko po yung titulo at tinanggap naman po ng aming city legal officer and at ni Secretary Season.
Okay. May I request, Your Honor, that a Xerox copy of the title TCT number 76220 be marked as Exhibit 240.
Mark it accordingly.
If Your Honor, please, my attention has been called that a certified true copy of TCT number 76220 has already been marked as Exhibit 228-A. So I withdraw my earlier request.
All right, with my exhibit number
Number
1.
240 is withdrawn because the certified true copy of the title has already been marked as Exhibit 228-A.
Request of the defense granted.
Binigyan din ho ba kayo ng tax declaration ng Basa Enterprises through Ginang Cristina Corona?
Not personally anymore. Yung portion na yun, it was my secretary and my lawyer already handled that.
Anyway, Your Honor, may we mark the tax declaration as Exhibit 240.
Mark it accordingly.
Nabasa ko rin po ito. Dumaan sa akin.
Okay.
Ito po yung nagsasad ng value ng lupa na aming pinili.
Okay. Pagkatapos ninyong bayaran ang Basa Guidotti Enterprises, anong ginawa ninyo tungkol sa lupa?
Immediately po, tinake over na namin. At dahil nga po kapos na kami sa panahon, nabayaran na yung kabilang palengke, may salapi na kami nakalaan para puro sa pangangailangan. The first order of the day was to construct an emergency relocation market para po yung tatamaang mga vendors doon sa lumang palengke at mawawala ng hanap buhay ay mailipat namin agad. It only took us about 2 weeks to build a makeshift temporary emergency market doon sa bahagi ng property nila Mrs. Basa Corona at agad po namin dinimolish yung kanilang struktura ron. Halos simultaneous yun. While we were demolishing the structure, we were also building a temporary emergency market.
Meron ho bang tumutol sa mga nagtitinda sa paglipat ng palengke?
Marami po, pangkalahatan. There was a total refusal to transfer because they feel that they really had a right to the old public market. Naku, ang dami po naming dialogues na ginanap dahil sa paliwanag kami ng paliwanag, hindi natin mapipigil yan at hindi po mababago ang pangangailangan ng LRT line. At ito yung kapalaran ng Sampaloc na yung central station dito mailagay. Hindi rin sa labas ng Maynila at hindi rito sa Bandang Santa Mesa, kundi dito sa Legarda and Bustillos, malapit sa University Belt, malapit sa commercial area ng Sampaloc. It took us a lot of effort. I remember, nag-meeting kami sa umaga, tanghali, gabi. Meanwhile, the radicalization and polarization was happening. Yung issue sa lansangan na anti-poor measure na yung LRT project is a maraming mga bintang na useless samantalang yung pangangailangan nila importante. Naintindihan ko po lahat yun. Kaya we were acting with dispatch to address the legitimate reasons for the objection to the whole project.
What is the relevance of that question to the present impeachment case?
Well, I just would like to ask a follow-up question, Your Honor, to show that the City of Manila eventually took possession, physical and legal possession of the property, Your Honor.
All right.
So, pagkatapos yun ay lumipat din po ba itong mga tumitinda sa bagong lugar na dating lupa ng Basa Guidotti?
Nung naitayo na namin yung emergency relocation facilities, dahil kailangan ipakita po ninyo na meron silang lilipatan palengke, maski na makeshift, pero mapagtitindahan. Yun lamang ang nakakumbinsi sa kanila. At yung mga informal settlers po naman na kasali rin sa gulo, itinayo pa namin ng konting temporary shelter sa likod po naman ng property. About 16 families were given temporary shelter.
Magmula noon hanggang ngayon, meron ba kayong alam kung meron ho nag-claim dyan sa lupa na yan?
Wala na po. Definitely, the property was owned by the corporation and the transaction was respected and honored. As I understand, there was peaceful possession that we initiated and was never contested.
Okay. Sa COA naman, Commission on Audit, lalo na dun sa inyong resident COA, meron ho bang tutol?
Initially, wala po. Dumaan po naman lahat yung prosesong yan sa kanilang pagsusuri. But a year after, lumabas sa report ng isang audit team coming from the central office of COA, which is normal. And according to regular practices, ino-audit po lahat ng transaksyon ng city government, LGUs. Lumabas po sa kanilang report na mayroong order for suspension for
pinapakita ko sa inyo
for that particular transaction.
Meron ho
asking for documents to be submitted before they act on the contract favorably.
Pinapakita ko po sa inyo ang isang notice ng suspension na may petsang March 5, 2002 na ano ho ba ang kaugnayan nito doon sa nasabi ninyong notice of suspension?
Gaya na sinabi ko po, a year after the transaction, nagkaroon ng review ng central office at gumawa ng rekomendasyon. Yung local COA.
The council, what's the relevance of this issue regarding the sale of the property? There was already transfer of the property to the city, payment to the seller, which is involved in this case.
I just want to complete the picture, Your Honor, and this will be my last question, Your Honor.
Yes, please,
so that Your Honors will have the complete picture.
Gusto ko lamang pong sabihin, Your Honor, Mr. President, although there was an order for suspension in 2002, every year thereafter, we have been reviewed by the central office, 2003, 2004, 2005, 6, and 7. Hindi na po lumabas yung kapinayan. Meaning, I assume that my people were able to submit the necessary supporting papers that they were asking, that they were demanding, and that removed that particular transaction from the list of suspended transactions.
Your Honor, please. May I move to strike out that last portion for being a volunteered statement done without the benefit of a proper question?
Let it remain into the record. But anyway,
Your
as
Honor,
far as this court is concerned, whatever is the problem with respect to the transaction between the seller and the buyer is of no moment here. The fact is that money was transferred to Mrs. Corona.
May I request, Your Honor, that the notice of suspension dated March 5, 2002 be marked as Exhibit 244.
Mark it accordingly.
That will be all with the witness.
All right. Before the cross-examination, suspension.
I'm sorry. 241.
Your Honor, we would just like to mark that particular document as Exhibit 11 K, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor. Suspension.
Mark it accordingly for the prosecution. Before the prosecution starts its cross-examination, let's have a recess for 5 minutes.
Yes, Your Honor.
Manatili pong nakatutok dito po sa GMA News TV.
Babalik ang The Chief Justice on Trial.
Kahit saan may germs. Kahit dito, na pinatunayan ng Germometer. Dapat dyan, new Surf Antibacterial Fabric Conditioner. Patay ang up to 99% ng germs.
New Surf Antibacterial Fabric Conditioner. 5 pesos lang. Wais.
Introducing new Vaseline Total Moisture. With pure natural extracts and revolutionary Stratus 3 multi-layer moisture. For 24-hour moisturization, soft and smooth skin.
To prevent pimples after washing with soap, mag-new Ascanol ka. Best in removing pimple-causing dirt. Now with Microcleanse antibacterial formula na kayang tanggalin ang bacteria, dirt, and oil. No to pimples, yes to fun. Ascanol.
Nagbabalik po ang The Chief Justice on Trial, ang special coverage ng GMA News TV sa impeachment trial laban kay Chief Justice Renato Corona.
Samantala, dumako muna tayo sa balitaan dito sa GMA News TV. Naapula na ang sunog sa Legazpi Tower 300 sa Maynila. Umabot sa 4th alarm ang sunog na hinihinalang nagsimula sa plantsyang naiwang nakasaksak sa isang unit sa ika-15 palapag. Nagsimula pasado alas 10 ng umaga ang sunog at tumagal ng halos 3 oras. Agad namang nasabihan ng mga naninirahan sa gusali na bumaba. Walang naiulat na nasaktan sa sunog. Tinatayang aabot sa 5 milyong piso ang halaga ng pinsala. Nag-inspeksyon na rin sa gusali si Manila Mayor Alfredo Lim. 1980s pa nang itayong Legazpi Tower 300 sa kanto ng Vito Cruz at Rojas Boulevard, kaya wala itong sprinkler system. Samantala, binawi na ng Philippine Overseas Employment Administration o POEA ang deployment ban sa Nigeria, Libya at South Sudan. Ibig sabihin po niyan, maaari na uli magpadala roon ng mga Pilipinong manggagawa dahil bumuti na raw ang sitwasyong panseguridad sa mga nasabing bansa. Ang desisyon ay nakapaloob sa 3 magkahiwalay na resolusyon mula sa POEA. Agad namang ipinag-utos si Labor and Employment Secretary at POEA Governing Board Chairman Rosalinda Baldos ang pag-issue ng guidelines para maipatupad ang resolusyon. Batay sa talaan ng POEA, may 2,152 OFW sa Libya, 1,691 sa Nigeria at 1,941 naman sa Sudan. Sa ibang balita pa rin, aminado si Civil Service Commission Chairman Francisco Duque na depektibo ang lumang SALN form. Malabo raw kasi kung ano ang gagamitin sa pag-compute ng net worth ng isang government official. Kaya nga raw gusto nilang baguhin ang form para linawin na ang acquisition cost ang gagamitin. Pero dahil kinwestiyon ng constitutionality at legality ng bagong form, pansamantala munang ipagpapaliban ng CSC ang pagsasaayos ito. Habang pinag-aaralan ng Technical Working Committee na binuo ng CSC ang issue. Kasama sa komite ang Office of the President, ang Supreme Court, Commission on Audit, ang Ombudsman, ang Department of Justice, Sandigan Bayan, Senado, House of Representatives at 3 hanggang 5 major public sector labor unions. Sa bagong form, may ilalagay na minimum amount ng ari-arian na dapat ideklara. Magkakaroon din ng Review and Compliance Committee sa lahat ng ahensya para ma-check ang mga SALN. Kailangan din daw matugunan ng mga butas sa batas para ma-monitor ng istrikto at mas epektibo ang mga SALN. At yan po ang iba pang malalaking balita sa oras na ito. Dumako naman tayo sa ating diskusyon kasama si Dean Antonio Laviña.
Tama-tama ang balita mo, Ivan, tungkol sa mga SALN form.
Bagong SALN form
so, hindi
daw
pa muna gagamitin hanggang naisaayos yung bagong form. No? Malapit ang submission ng bagong SALN no? Sa April 30. So, magkukumahog na ang lahat para linisin ang kanilang SALN.
Maasahan natin mas detalyado yung mga SALN na i-file
ngayon. Kung may property ka na substantial, tawag ka na ng accountant para safe.
Oo, hindi paggawa sa misis o sa ano.
Anyway, Dean, ano ho yung nakita natin dun sa testimonya ni former Mayor Lito Atienza?
Expected naman yun, di ba? Kasi sinabi na, tinelegraph na yun ng defense, di ba? Maganda yung direct examination ni Dean de la
Yeah, I saw your tweet, Dean. You said that was good lawyering. Paano yung bakit mo nasabi yun?
Napaka-precise yung mga tanong. Yung just the exact answer ang hinihingi. Lalo na knowing, ang context nito, politician itong ini-examine, di ba? So, politicians being politicians tend to say a lot, di ba? Palaging, gano'n naman, may expect mo yan na palaging mag-elaborate, maraming sasabihin, di ba? dahil na napaka-accurate, hindi accurate, targeted, di ba? Napaka-precise ng tanong. Wala masyadong masabi si Mayor Atienza except to say yes, oo, nangyari ito, ganyan, di ba? Ang reason kung bakit ginagawa yon para malimit yung cross-examination. Kaya makikita natin mamaya, tingnan natin kung successful ba sila. More importantly, malilimit no, yung anong tawag nito, yung rebuttal witnesses.
Yun ang rebuttal witness ang gusto kong pag-usapan. Kasi is the prosecution now justified to introduce Sister Flory and Ana Basa of Basa Gidote as the rebuttal witnesses?
Sa tingin ko, no, I mean, may opening dahil sinabi ni Mayor Lim na Mayor Atienza na sa tingin niya, totoong representative ng Basa Gidote si Mrs. Corona. So therefore, pwedeng i-rebut yun, di ba? Pwedeng mag-ano ng proof na, kasi nasabi sa direct examination na hindi. Pero kailangan din mag-ingat yung may propaganda value, yung pagdadala ng madre, di ba? Pero kailangan din mag-isip yung kung tama nga ba na dalhin. Kasi proof lang ito na hindi pala pera ito ng mga Corona. Di ba? Na therefore, tama sila na hindi nila dineclare. Kasi sa tingin ko yan ang sasabihin dyan. Is, yung 30 million na yan, isa yan sa big bulk of money na nasa account, sa saving, nasa bank accounts, sa PS Bank, kung sa anong bank account. At winidraw nila yon kasi hindi pala nila pera yon. Di ba? So if you present other relatives to contest nga na pera nila yon, then you're supporting that theory of the defense na hindi ito pera ng mga Corona. So maaaring sasama ang tingin ng public kay Mrs. Corona kasi bakit siya ganyan sa kanyang matandang auntie, di ba? O sa kanyang mga pinsan.
Pero hindi makaka-apekto dito sa impeachment complaint.
Legally, it will actually be a negative pa for the prosecution.
In what way will it be a positive for the prosecution, itong testimony ni Ana Basa? I guess character damage.
Character. Yung character, yung parang fitness, di ba? So yun, sa puntong yun, parang...
So, pwede bang gawing depensa ito na, ay nako, hindi ako, yung misis ko ang gumawa niyan. So, it's an honest mistake. It was not done in bad faith.
No.
And if it's not done in bad faith, meaning it's not impeachable.
Babalik ako. Una, it doesn't matter who prepared it. Ikaw ang pumirma. So, you stand by your, di ba, yung
pinirmahan mo, ang assumption inaral mo.
Lalo na kung yung asawa, mas lalo na. Pero pangalawa, agad babalik ako dun sa ideya na kailangan may pattern of non-declaration or misdeclaration, di ba? Kung isa lang ang pagkakamali o dalawa lang pagkakamali, hindi yun pattern, pwedeng excuse yun na, well, nagkamali ako, di ba? Pero kung, ito ngayon, ayoko lang kasi hindi ako senador Kung senador ako, meron akong threshold kung anong pagkakamali pwede maging pattern, di ba? Each senator will determine that now, di ba? Was there enough times dito na in fact meron talagang totoong non-disclosure? Good faith man o na, it doesn't matter is there a pattern or not. Each senator will have to determine kailan nagiging pattern yung isang pagkakamali.
If they had corrected the SALN, let's say, before December 12, when he was impeached, you think that would have improved his case?
Yes,
kasi,
kung lang na before impeachment, yeah.
So they could have corrected that?
Yeah, kasi ibig sabihin, na once, kaya yung kanina sa news kanina, di ba, na merong compliance officer bawat opisina, actually, may downside yan, di ba? The moment may compliance officer bawat opisina na chinek lahat ng SALN, ang downside niyan, may excuse na lahat. Bakit? Di ba? Bakit?
Okay naman sa compliance officer.
Okay naman sa compliance officer. Bakit yung sinasabi niyo sa akin na nagkamali ako? Di ba?
Okay.
Itong 34 million na proceeds nung property sale, dito nanggaling yung 11 million daw na loan, tama?
Parang doon yung advance doon sa property na binili.
Binili sa yung La Vista property. Hindi, di ba? Yung property yung Villaggio, di ba?
Yes.
Yun ata yung parang may advance. Isa sa mga condo.
Nakakalito na nga itong mga figures na ito. Parang last...
Kasi yung sa property ng La Vista, yun yung daughter niya ang bumili. Di ba?
Yung binili ni Carla Corona Castillo for 18 million. Okay.
All right. Tapos,
i-explain din yung kung bakit may 18 million at kung bakit yung dalawang ini-explain nun, di ba? May 18 million in cash na supposedly galing kay Carla. Meron namang property na hindi na kasama sa SALN.
Okay. Now, the defense also brought up the possibility of perhaps presenting the SALN of other government officials to prove na hindi naman unique lang kay Chief Justice itong mga, let's say, kalituhan sa mga entries,
So why pick on
nangyayari rin
him?
sa iba. Does that actually help their case?
No, sa tingin ko irrelevant yun. Kasi una, hindi naman impeachable officials nga, di ba? Pangalawa, hindi naman, yung parang just because ginawa ng iba, therefore, I can do it, di ba? Hindi yan, Ang intent nila dyan is to show na yung mga pagkakamali, yung kanyang practice, hindi naman unique sa kanya yon. But they don't need to present the SALN of other people. Halimbawa, yung alam naman natin, pwede man judicial notice, yung assessed value, market value. Yung debate last week about assessed value, market value, at ang pangatlo, fair market value, assessed value at acquisition cost. Di ba? Yung tatlo, which is yung ganon. Sa totoo lang, they made a point there. Ako sa tingin ko, as long as you filled in any one of those, okay na yon. Di ba? Kasi magulo talaga yung form. Di ba? Actually, the safer thing to do is to put all three. Pero someone like Senator Enrile, tama, ang pinaka-best talaga acquisition cost to show for the intent of the
Tsaka may pruweba yun, di ba? Yung deed of sale, na doon yung acquisition cost.
Pwede mo na kailangan sabihin, judicial notice, inamin na ni Secretary Abad, na siya din, walang judicial notice, you don't have to present the SALN of every other official.
Din balikan ko lang yung testimonya ni dating Mayor Atienza, ilang beses nagamit yung word na expropriate. Para sa, just for my curiosity, ano ho ba yung expropriate?
Yung expropriation po, yung property ng isang pamilya o isang tao na pribado, kukunin ng gobyerno para gamitin for public use dito gawing LRT na di ba, yung gamitin sa LRT.
Lilipatan ng mga palengke.
In exchange, lilipatan ng palengke kasi palengke kukunin ng LRT. In exchange, babayaran sila ng just compensation. So yun yung ang basically ginagawa doon, tinitreaten ni Mayor Atienza, yung Basagidote na we will expropriate. Kung sabi ni Mrs. Corona, wag na lang, bilhin nyo na lang.
And therefore they arrived at 34
Kasi pupunta ka pa sa kaso. Expropriation requires the filing of a case. And the court decides the market value, the price, etc.
So ngayon, of course, this is our very last day, no? And we're going to a break. So syempre, magninilay-nilay ang mga senator judge, pati na rin siguro yung publiko. At sabi nga ni Senator Miriam Santiago na ang bottom line doon is if the prosecution is able to prove na dishonest si Chief Justice Corona, then they have won their case. On the other hand, if the defense can show na in good faith naman at hindi in bad faith ginawa ni CJ Corona itong mga sala niya, etc., then they have won their case. So, is this the bottom line that we're looking at here?
Ang pagsasama
kasi medyo komplikado parang justice is so complicated, pero I guess we're just down to this.
Yeah, and in the end, yung honesty or dishonesty is down to numbers. Diba? Kaya ako nga, may sinusulat akong column yun, from 8 to 1, isang ground na lang, and then sa one ground na yan, from 45 to 21 to I think 5. And then yung 5 na yan will be down to cash. Diba? Yung pera.
Anong ginamit doon sa pambili doon sa mga property?
Saan yun at lahat. And then based on that, you can decide, totality of all of that, dishonest o honest ba ito si Chief Justice, na dapat siyang i-remove from office o hindi.
You said from 8 to 1, yung ibang articles, may na-expect ba kayong malakas pang lalabas doon?
With apologies to the prosecution kasi inunahan ko na sila, pero kahit na hindi mag-present ng evidence sa tingin ko yung defense, probably they will, no? Sa tingin ko, hindi na-prove yung kaso, no? Ng Article 3 at Article 7.
So last card, ika nga.
Talagang SALN na lang ito
Article 2.
Dito.
And, di ba, may lumabas sa pahayagan kanina sa Inquirer na yung tungkol sa FASAP case, no? The Supreme Court ruled na wala naman daw kasalanan si CJ Corona dito sa pag-recall ng FASAP order, no?
Alam mo, lahat ng mga including the other articles, di ba? Talagang mali yun kasi the allegations were all against collegiate court, di ba? So kung ganun ang theory mo, dapat lahat ng Supreme Court na sumang-ayon sa desisyon ng mga yon ay dapat kinasuhan ng impeachment.
Pero they were pointing out, the prosecution was pointing out na una nag-inhibit daw si Chief Justice, tapos mamaya, later on, sumali na naman siya. So is there something, I mean, can Article 3 still be in the running or
No,
medyo hindi na?
if ever man lang, parang siguro may irregularity doon, pero wala ka namang na-prove na naging bias siya, di ba? Doon just by the fact na parang sumali siya, nagganito siya. Ang ginawa lang naman niya doon, di ba, yung ginawa niya lang yung inutos sa kanya ng division na yon.
It would have been different din kung umupo sa witness stand si Justice Sereno.
Yes, at kung si Justice Sereno ay meron siyang personal na sasabihin na talagang ginawa ni Chief Justice Corona in the context of the TRO, di ba, na meron siyang mga sinabi na lumalabas na bias right now the only dun sa Article 7 ito yung only basis natin ay yung dissenting opinion ni Justice Sereno, no? Kahit tanggapin mo na totoo lahat yung sinabi niya, di ba? Ano pa rin yun? Kulang pa rin yun to show na may bias, di ba? Parang may konting irregularity. Bakit mo inisya ito na pag-usapan naman natin sa Supreme sa NBank na ganito dapat hintayin muna yung di ba, hintayin muna
This
yung
the TRO. Are we talking about the TRO?
Yeah, about the TRO.
Yes.
Dapat hintayin muna yung ang claim ni Justice Serrano kasi hintayin muna dapat yung ma-fulfill yung conditions, di ba? And then ang claim niya na in-issue na yung
TRO.
Yung TRO at yung
allowing Gloria to leave.
At yung na pwede nang valid na yung valid na yung TRO. Pero sa tingin ko kulang pa rin yun kasi kailangan sasabihin na si Chief Justice Corona mismo sinabi niya ito ang ginawa niya, yung ganung klase pa na
Di may paraan pa ba para mapaharap si Justice Sereno?
Pagdating sa Article 7, can she still...
Wala na kasi di ba?
Kasi the prosecution at some point hinted na no, all is not lost. Baka naman sa rebuttal evidence o baka yung mga senador mismo magpatawag?
Tingnan natin kasi syempre kung originally, di ba, ang plano ng Supreme Court ng defense ay subpoena yung mga justices. I guess to contradict Justice Sereno.
Yes.
Pero dahil yung sa Supreme Court ruling na they cannot testify unless may permission ng court, parang winidraw na rin natin yung subpoena na yun. So ngayon, they're down to mukhang Secretary De Lima lang yung ipapresent nila. Ang feeling ko dyan, ang ipapa-admit lang na si Secretary De Lima na di ba, na wala siyang personal knowledge sa ginawa ng Chief Justice dito. Yun lang. Kasi yun lang naman yung doon meron bang alam naman natin lahat ng ginawa officially kasi nandiyan naman yung TRO, nandiyan di ba?
At na-cover ng media.
It's what's outside the public eye yung nangyari, di ba? At meron bang taong may personal knowledge sa bias o sa ginawa, sa behavior ni Chief Justice Corona? So tingnan natin kung may ipepresentang ebidensya yung kabila, yung defense, to show na hindi siya bias, then may opportunity for a rebuttal witness ulit, di ba? And they can invite Justice Corona, Justice Sereno again. Medyo nagulat ako doon na nag-rest nga sila that particular day. Kasi hindi pa naman sumagot si Justice Sereno nila. So they actually give Justice Sereno an excuse, no? Most probably nag-agonize si Justice Sereno kung gagawin niya ba o hindi. Nung nag-rest na yung prosecution, okay. Hindi na ako kailangan.
Sige, we're looking at a long break here, more than a month, no? Dati, nung nagkaroon tayo ng 1 week na break, no, dito sa impeachment, dun tinaon yung media frenzy. Ito, di ba, si Chief Justice Corona, dun siya nagpa-interview sa unang hirit, sa mga himpilan ng radyo, etc. Do you think that would be favorable? I mean, you think they should do the same thing now that we're looking at a 1-month break?
I suppose so, no? Kasi they see this, diba, both sides as a battle of public opinion, no? At that yung senador magkikinig. Pero iba yung take ko dyan, Una, sa tingin ko, hindi karapat-dapat bilang siya. Chief Justice na yung first time ito nakikita na ganito, no? Kasi hindi naman siya politician, So, parang ayaw ko, siguro old-fashioned lang ako na hindi ako sang-ayon sa ganon. Pangalawa, lahat ng mga surveys na nakita ko so far, ang palaging sinasabi, may opinion kami yung taong bayan, pero bahala ang mga senador dito. We trust our Senate. Kaya itong latest survey ng Pulse Asia, napaka-highest yung pagtaas ng tingin ng mga tao sa Senado at sa kay Senator Enrile.
Enrile, yes.
It doesn't
Nalampasan pa
matter.
niya si Noynoy, ano?
It doesn't matter mag-yes o mag-convict sila o yun ang message ko sa senators. At sa kay Chief Justice, di ba? Bayaan mo na yung public relations dito. Kasi sinasabi ng taong bayan, we will trust the Senate to make this decision and we will accept that decision, conviction man. Talagang small minority lang yung magwawala kung hindi ma-convict o magwawala kung ma-convict. No? Majority of the people says, we're watching, naintindihan namin ng konti ito, pero hindi kami ang huwes. Yung Senado ang huwes. Kaya ang ganda actually. Kasi may pwede talaga conscience votes ito ng mga senators.
I guess it's gotten so complicated also, which is why siguro medyo nata-turn off na rin yung publiko.
O, diba?
No?
Parang ako, kahit abogado na nga ako but I will never, diba, judge a case na hindi ako judge. Diba?
Yes.
Simple lang yun kasi hindi ko tiningnan yung ebidensya. Diba? Hindi ko winay yung ebidensya. Ito, napaka-complicated. Who will bother, di ba? Tayo siguro kasi ako magko-comment ako. Kaya actually may legal research team ako na ginagawa lahat ng mga pag sinabi ko kailangan kong tanong ito just to prepare for this type of commenting, no? Pero itatali din namin yung pera, yung mga ganyan, just to help later on to comment properly, di ba? But sino mang gagawa nun?
Yeah, but the regular viewers out there, they won't really write down, ito 30 minus kanya.
Diba? Sinong magagawa nun, di ba?
Oo nga.
80 million, 60 million, itong property, itong tali na property na ito.
Pati ako nawawala na nga.
Yung mga pera na yan, sa tingin ninyo, will it be enough na itong ginagawa ng depensa ngayon na ito yung pinanggalingan ng perang yan without talking about the dollar accounts?
No. I think they have to talk about the dollar accounts kasi everyone knows that, di ba? And that has to be explained. Whatever is the balance there, kailangan i-explain. Otherwise, they risk, sa tingin ko, they risk the vote, potential acquittal votes of judges na maaring inclined to acquit, pero they need that assurance na itong dollars na ito, hindi ito. Kasi tingnan mo yan, kung ma-acquit si Chief Justice Corona, and then 1 or 2 years later, we find out na 500 million pesos pala worth of dollars dun sa dollar account, di ba? Kung ikaw yung senator judge doon, you feel so betrayed, di ba? Kaya naman na ginawa, na nag-vote ka to acquit. So, sa tingin ko,
kailangan kumprontahin yung issue ng dollar account.
Kailangan i-confront yun. At kailangan i-confront yung kabuuhan ng kwento na saan nanggaling lahat ng pera na ito at itahi lahat ng kwento na yun. Kaya ako, isa sa mga nag-advocate kay si Chief Justice Corona himself must go there, di ba? Sabihin niya sa Senado, sabihin niya sa taong bayan, I am fit to be Chief Justice.
And like you said, not even Mrs. Corona can explain.
No, not even. Kahit si Mrs. Corona, hindi niya pwedeng gagawin yon. Hindi niya magagawa yon.
Yeah, and I guess the signal here is, kung wala ka talagang tinatagong illegal, then why even cover it up, no? Yeah. The dollar account.
Exactly.
I think just best just
exactly.
go right ahead
and on your own terms.
Explain
on your own terms. Tapos, ako naniniwala tayo kasi talaga namang lahat tayo, no? I mean, hanga tayo kay Senator Enrile dito na sa the way he has handled this, the fairness, di ba, na he has handled this. He will not allow, a disrespectful cross-examination. No? Kilala ko rin si Attorney Bautista, I suppose siya yung mag-cross-examine, being the main, being the
si
main,
Mario Bautista.
Mario Counsel.
He's
a very
respectful,
very, very gentleman lawyer, tough and great and good lawyer, pero hindi rin niya babastusin si Chief Justice, di ba? Besides, Chief Justice is a lawyer. He should be able to handle any cross-examination as long as he's telling the truth, di ba?
And just take note that, isn't it, Attorney Mario Bautista was also the lawyer of Clarissa Ocampo during ERAP's impeachment trial. Exactly. So we saw his manner, and, I guess that would be interesting to see kung how he will question the Chief Justice. So, okay, balik ko tayo sa long break.
Wag lang sana yung mga House prosecutors, no? Kasi nakita naman natin sa opening remarks ng ni Representative Tupas, whom I like, gusto ko sabihin kasi estudyante ko yan si Neil, no? Pero ano yun, talagang political, an attack yun, di ba? Yung medyo nagulat din ako doon, no? Kasi medyo hindi yun respectful of the person.
Yung mga senator judges din, may control ba si Senate President Enrile sa mga magiging tanong?
Yes, sa manner. Sa content, no. Pero sa manner, I think. Sa tingin ko yung pagbabastos hindi pwede. I mean,
of course, the defense
ngayon, siyempre, di ba, kung out of character, kasi siyempre, kasi Senator Miriam, pinapayagan ng gano'n. Kasi in character lang naman yun. Talagang ganyan siya every time she speaks. Pero kung halimbawa, isa kang senador, like si Senator Drilon for that matter, no? Na sa tingin ko, hindi naman bias yung mga tanong. Maaring meron siyang posisyon, pero yung lahat ng mga tanong so far ni Senator Drilon, gusto ko yung mga tanong niya. Kasi nakakatulong yon to learn and to find out the truth. O si Senator Gingona, or yung lahat na sinasabi na LP, maganda yung mga tanong eh. So, ano yon. Pero syempre, kung suddenly mag-turn sila na magiging, di ba, yung magiging offensive sila, sa tingin ko pwedeng masapagsabihan din yun ni Senator Enrile yung gano'n.
But so far, we haven't seen that.
No, we haven't seen that. Kaya nga, confident ako na it will be a dignified proceeding even with the Chief Justice. And the whole country will be watching, di ba? Talagang lahat buong bayan sa tingin ko manonood eh.
So do you foresee that CJ Corona will eventually face us in the impeachment court?
Abangan.
But if you were the defense, would you?
If I were the defense lawyer, syempre, I will really say wag. Diba? Kasi normal yon ang defense lawyer, diba? But if I were siguro sabihin mo, political advisor, andito in the end kasi dito, kailangan political advice ang tatanggapin dahil...
More than legal advice?
In the end. Yung mga day-to-day legal. Kasi it's presenting of evidence. But in the end dito...
To eventually win your case?
You have to look at the numbers. 23, di ba? Senators?
Yes.
23 senators.
You need
diba?
16.
16 to convict. 8 to acquit, di ba? Do you have the 8 already to acquit? Kung wala pa...
Actually, 7 to acquit, right? Because we're only looking at 23 senators.
23.
Plus
1. Plus 1. Hindi, parang... You have to have 16 kasi, so 27 pala, tama.
7.
No, kung 7, hindi, 8. Kasi kung 7 ng acquit, 16 yung guilty, di ba? So tama na yun. Enough na yun. So you need 7 plus 1. Di ba? So 8 to acquit, di ba? So
okay,
titingnan mo.
Right, yes.
I mean, I can do my numbers, no? May 3 or 4 senators na nagsabi na we need Chief Justice Corona to testify. Hindi ko sabihin kung sino sila kasi pwede mo tingnan yun. The 4 senators have said that, I think, or 3 or 4 senators. Yung mga senator na yon, I would put them in the undecided, or I would have even thought leaning towards acquittal, di ba? So, pwede silang mag-change to guilt kung hindi mag-a-appear si Chief Justice Corona. And therefore, kasi sa tingin ko dapat gano'n. In the end, it's not the defense lawyers that should tell the Chief Justice whether he should testify or not. It's who in his team are counting the numbers. I hope someone is doing that, and advising the defense team. Kasi, ganon.
Pero
I would
wala
say
pang
the same thing to the
magsasabi na I
prosecution.
think he shouldn't testify. Wala pang isang senador ang nagsasabing hindi siguro makabubuti kung mag-testify siya. I think they're all one
lahat, diba?
in saying na it's great if you could testify.
Including those na identified with the prosecution, at least na bias, like party mates Senator Aquino, or President Aquino, but also those na na yun na nga, parang nasa gitna sila, di ba? Or, ang tawag ko sila pro-rule of law. Gusto lang nila na so far hindi sila nagsabi anti or pro-corona sila, but gusto nila maayos yung
pagpresenta,
yung pagpresenta, yung may due process, respect the rights. Po sabi nila, we need him to testify.
All right.
Okay, mukhang handa na ang impeachment court. Dumako po tayo muli sa Senado.
An announcement, a manifestation that because of the lengthy direct examination and the numerous documents presented through our good mayor, we might not be able to wind up our cross, and we would need a reasonable time to go over them for further and more intelligent cross-examination, Your Honor.
Yeah, well,
but we can start now, Your Honor.
You can continue your cross-examination You have all the time to do the...
Yes, Your Honor. Until such time that we have to suspend for the meantime, Your Honor, as we have to go over the other documents.
You want to...
We can start. We'll start now. Yeah. Right now, we'll start,
All right,
Your Honor.
you can start.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, proceed.
Magandang hapon po, Mr. President and Mr. Good Mayor.
Magandang hapon po din sa inyo.
Dumating po kayo sa vista, sa hearing ngayong hapon dito sa impeachment court ng sarili niyo pong kusa or voluntarily.
Opo.
Wala pong hiningi ang depensa na subpoena sa kagalang-galang na impeachment court para kayo dumalo at tumistigo.
Ako po'y inanyayahan. I was invited.
Sino po nag-anyaya sa inyo?
Si Attorney Dos Angeles.
Kailan po kayo inanyayahan kayo?
Isang linggo.
So as early as last week, alam nyo na pong titistigo kayo?
Opo.
At pinag-usapan nyo...
Let me correct that. No? Initially, hesitant po ako.
Can you just kindly answer my question, Your Honor? Mr. Witness.
Initially, hesitant ako, pero nag-decide ako finally to...
And when did you finally decide to take the stand?
2 days ago.
2 days ago. Okay. And no subpoena was issued to you as you earlier admitted. Did Attorney Angeles de Los Angeles explain to you the nature of your testimony? There would be nature.
Vaguely. Because I came here on my own volition. I know what I was going to say. I wanted to tell the truth.
Okay.
And nothing but
Yes.
whatever I know.
Thank you for that.
Truth.
Thank you, Mayor. Sabi niyo po, dahil sa pangangailangan ng siyudad ng Maynila sa lugar na paglilipatan ng mga stallholders, naghanap kayo ng lugar.
Opo.
Nung una, iniisip nyo na by way of expropriation, di ho ba?
Tama po yun.
At sabi nyo, nagpahanap kayo sa mga staff nyo?
Tama po yun.
Pwede nyo ho bang sabihin sa amin specifically sino yung staff ninyo na inyong naatasan for this purpose?
City Administrator Fernando, City Secretary Emmanuel Sison, City Engineer Magdiwang Recato, City Architect Jun Tablan, and of course, members of the City Council who are also equally concerned, especially those from Sampaloc.
So practically all the high-ranking city officials, you have given the instruction to find, to look for the place to be the subject of relocation, and of course to find out the owners or the proper parties that you have to deal with for the purpose of acquisition.
Tama po.
At meron ho tayong tinatawag na due diligence. I hope you understand by that.
Medyo po.
Ibig sabihin po nun, magsisikap kayo na saliksikin kung lalo na kung sino may-ari, anong titulo kung may titulo man, yung pag-aaring gusto nyong kunin by way of expropriation.
Tama po.
Ginawa niyo po ba yun?
Tama po.
Inatasan niyo po ba kung sino man dun sa high-ranking officials na nabanggit nyo na tingnan nyo nga kung sino may-ari nito?
Palagay ko, ako po yung pinaka-highest ranking official.
Lower than you na inutusan nyo.
Kasama ko po sila pag nag-i-inspeksyon kami sa bandang Ligarda, naghahanap po kami ng ideal site.
So natumbok nyo po, natukoy nyo na ito yung ideal site?
The most ideal.
Which happens to be the property owned by an entity named Basa Guidote Enterprise Inc. Nalaman niyo po ba yon?
When I got that impression, wala po akong alam kung sino may-ari.
Hindi po ba naging bahagi ng due diligence nyo para malaman kung sino talaga ang may-ari ng nasabing propriedad na inyong dapat bilhin o kunin?
Eventually, lumabas po yung pangalan. Pero when we decided, ito, ideal to.
Kailan po
wala
ba yun?
Kailan
po ba? Pwede niyo po bang sabihin sa amin kung kailan nyo naalaman na ito na nga ang gusto nyo?
Early 1999.
So as early as 1999.
Opo.
Kailan nyo po naalaman naman sa pagsasaliksik at sa pag-exercise ng due diligence ng inyong mga matataas na tauhan na ang may-ari pala nito isang korporasyon na nagngangalang Basa Gidote. Kailan po kaya? Matatandaan niyo ba?
Buwan na po ng first quarter na po siguro yun ng 1919 or entering the second quarter. At hindi na po ako yun. Yung city administrator namin went on his own to seek the owners of the property and siya po nakakuha ng detalyes.
Pero siyempre po, from time to time, ina-update niya kayo sa kung ano man yung impormasyong nakita niya.
Doon isusulat na niya yung kanyang intensyon, yung intensyon namin, doon ko lamang nakita yung kung sino yung susulatan namin. Because I didn't care kung sino may-ari. Importante yung lupa, kailangan.
Wala po tayong quarrel doon kung sino yung dapat pagmayari na dapat yung malaman. Ano nga po ulit ang petsa nung unang sulat na pinadala ng tao nyo?
Palagay ko Mayo eh. Mayo.
Pwede ho bang mahiram yung kopya ng unang sulat? Ito ho ba yung May 13, 1999?
Yan po.
Na minarkahan nyo bilang Exhibit 226, Mr. Defense Counsel? Ito ho ba yun? Tama po ako. Exhibit 226.
Titingnan ko lang yung records ko. Yes.
At sa makatweet, nalaman nyo na ang nagmimay-ari pala nito by that time, May 30, 1999, na ang nasabi nyong administrator, ayon sa sulat nyo mismo, isang Miss Cristina Corona. Tama po ba ako, Mayor?
Yun po ang nakalagay sa sulat.
At ito po yung mismong sulat na pinadala ni City Administrator Antonio A. Fernando.
Tama po.
Bago po ba padala ito, nakita nyo na ito? O
yung sulat?
Yung sulat. Kinonsulta ho ba ito sa inyo?
Yung sulat kinonsulta sa akin.
So nakita nyo po ito bago
yung
padala?
Sulat, oh.
Nalaman nyo po ba kung paano pinadala to sa
hindi ko po alam.
addressee? Ginong Mayor, pakibasa nga po ang addressee sa sulat na yan, pati yung address niya.
Miss Cristina Corona, Administrator, Basa Gidote Enterprises.
Sasangayon po kayo sa akin na walang detalye kung saan siya, kung sino itong si Cristina Corona, saan mismong, let's say, number ng bahay, number ng opisina, at kung saan lugar, kung sa Makati, sa Maynila, o saan. Ito po'y plain na Miss Cristina Corona, Administrator, Basa Gidote Enterprise. Di po ba?
Opo.
Pag ito po ba'y pinadala sa koreo, halimbawa, inaasahan nyo ba na matatanggap ito?
Alam nyo...
Sagutin nyo lang po ako, yes or no?
Palagay ko, hindi sa koreo.
Hindi matatanggap, di po ba?
Palagay ko, hand carry dyan.
Hand carried. May proof po ba kayo? Tatanggapin ko yung sinasabi nyo?
Nakarating po eh.
May we request, Your Honor, that the witness be treated very courteously also.
I'm sorry.
I do not know why you are picking a quarrel with the witness.
I'm not. Mr. Justice, I'm not. Pasensya na po kayo, medyo...
No, it's just an emphasis.
Yeah, opo. Nasa cross-examination po ako. Pasensya na po.
In the first place, the letter has not been authored by the witness on the stand, Your Honor. It is by somebody else. How it was drafted, how it was sent to the addressee, it's not within his capability.
Salamat po.
It's nakasagot na yata.
May I know the last
Ang
answer?
importante po, nakarating.
Sagutin niyo lang po ako.
Nakarating ang sulat.
Hindi, tinatanong ko po, kung ito'y pinadala sa pamamagitan ng koreo, naniniwala ba kayo na matatanggap po ito?
Hindi ko po alam kung yan ay pinadala sa koreo, kung yan ay hand carry. Ang importante, nagkaroon ng resulta. Yun po ang trabaho ng mayor.
So, meron, sa pamamagitan po nitong mismong sulat na to, meron ho bang, ito po ba yung mismong kopya na pinadala kaya?
Yan po ang lumalabas na kopya at wala naman ako nakita ng ibang kopya.
Sasangayon po ba kayo sa akin na sa pagbasa, sa ordinaryong pagbasa ng sulat, sinasabi niyong sulat na ito na May 13, wala pong nakalagay rito kung paano niyo sinasabing natanggap to?
Kasi pagkatapos po nito, yung city administrator ko, mananagot sa akin. At siya po nanagot sa akin sa aking follow-up sa kanya.
City administrator po ba? O may kinalaman po ba yung secretary nyo rito, si Attorney Season, sa pagpapadala nito?
Yan po sa unang-unang contact, yung city administrator po ang humawak.
So, kilala po kaya ni Mr. City Administrator Fernando si Ginang Cristina Corona para sinasabi niyo kanina na baka hand-carried or personal service ito?
Palagay ko hindi ko masasagot yan sapagkat kung alam niya, di dapat nasabi na niya agad sa akin.
Hindi ba ho sabi niyo kanina walang reply?
Wala po.
So, hindi po, paano niyo nasabi na tanggap itong sulat na ito?
Siyempre, marami pong trabaho ang mayor. Hindi ko po masusundan yan on day-to-day basis. Ang importante, nakita ko po yung sulat na pinadala at naghintay ako ng resulta.
Ano po ba ang totoo? Nagkaroon ho ba ng reply o walang reply sa mismong sulat na ito?
Wala po akong alam na naaalalang reply after that.
So, wala rin po tayong patunay na natanggap ito? Dahil walang reply?
Ang alam ko, hesitant yung may-ari sapagkat ang report ng city administrator ayaw makipagkita ng may-ari.
Conclusion niyo po yun siguro, Mayor?
Siyempre meron tayong kanya-kanyang conclusion. Kayo meron, ako meron.
Sige po, salamat po. Nagpautos ho ba kayo ng sinumang mataas na opisyal ng inyong tanggapan na halimbawa, nalaman yung Basa-Guidote Enterprise, magpunta sa tamang sangay na para mag-verify tulad ng Securities and Exchange Commission. Meron po ba kayo natatandaang nilabas na instruction? O puntahan nyo nga ito sa SEC para malaman nyo kung sino ang mga taong involved dito.
At this point in time, I will
Meron ho ba kayong ginawa? O wala?
At this point in time, I will not remember the personalities involved. But every week, we have a department heads meeting, this item would come up. And reports are being made by the city administrator. As to the details of how they're doing it, hindi ko na po alam yun as mayor.
Pasensya na po kayo, pero parang hindi po nasagot yung tanong ko. Ang tanong ko po, meron ba kayong nautusan specifically na pumunta sa
Si
SEC?
city administrator po ang may hawak ng usapin, siya po ang tinatanong namin.
So wala po kayong mismong binigay?
Si city administrator po ang aking kausap.
So, naatasan niyo po ba siya o hindi?
Already answered, Your Honor.
Alam mo,
I just want
ulit-ulitin ninyo yung tanong, pareho isasagot ko. The city administrator acted.
Reform the question.
I will...
Reform the question.
Yes, Your Honor. So, dumating po kayo sa dako na nalaman... Paano po kaya nalamang si Cristina Corona?
Hindi ko rin po alam. I'm not competent to answer paano niya nalaman. Ang importante, nalaman mo. Yun ang importante sa akin.
Hindi po. Ang sinasabi ko po, Mayor, pakiunawa lang po yung tanong ko. Kasi lumalabas po sa sulat na lumabas sa Office of the City Administrator ninyo na ito po'y dapat padala kay Cristina Corona bilang administrador ng Basa-Guidote. Meron ho bang nakapag-report sa inyo? Mayor, sir, dito natin padala to kay Cristina Corona. Meron mo bang ganun report?
Yan po inassign ko kay City Administrator. He reported to me with this letter.
So sa mga tweet po, wala kayong detalyeng natanggap kung bakit kay Cristina Corona na-i-address itong sulat na to. Wala po. Sagutin lang po sana.
Objection, Your Honor.
I cannot answer that question with a yes or no.
What's the pleasure of the gentleman from San Juan?
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Attorney, ano pangalan?
Samonte,
Samonte.
Mr. Senator.
Ako'y sumasang-ayon dun sa sinabi ni dating Mayor Tienza sapagkat ako'y naging mayor din ng San Juan sa loob ng 9 na taon. Alam nyo, once you expropriate a property, ang aking ginawa nung araw ay inuutusan ko lang ang aking municipal administrator at ang aking municipal attorney to make the necessary negotiations with the buyer. With the seller doon sa may-ari ng lupa. Kaya sa aking pananaw, sa aking paningin, walang hindi na siguro trabaho ng mayor ang makipag-usap doon sa may-ari ng property. Tsaka palagay ko, si mayor siguro, baka tiningnan lang niya siguro yung address ng property doon sa kanyang city assessor. Kaya sila siguro yung yung administrator niya or yung kanyang city attorney ang nakipag-usap dun sa mga opisyalis ng Basa Guidote. Just for your information.
Maaring ganun nga po.
Anyway, the prosecution is making the cross-examination, and we have to give them the leeway to ask their question. For whatever purpose the question is asked, whether to test the credibility of the witness or whether to search his real knowledge of the facts, let them, give them the leeway to do it.
Maraming salamat po. Kaya ko po naitatanong, Mayor, kasi yun, sabi nyo kanina, na parang naka-hands-on kayo dito dahil pressured na kayo ng LRTA. Kaya po inaasahan ko na yung mga ganong detalye, dapat alam nyo rin at nire-report sa inyo. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Proceed.
So, natukoy nyo na ang property ay pag-aari ng Basa Guidote. Malino na po yun, ng bandang huli. Opo. At katunayan, doon sa susunod na sulat na pinadala nung inyong this time, Secretary to the Mayor, Attorney Emmanuel R. Sison, ito po yung naka-address na sa Basa Guidote Enterprises with address at this time with address 903 Sergio Loyola Street, Sampaloc, Manila. Again, attention, Mrs. Cristina Corona. So nito pong November 28, 2000, identified nyo na po kung sino talaga yung kinakausap nyo. In between these two dates, May 13 and 1999 at nito pong November 28, 2000, bilang mayor at bilang head of the office, may naalaman pa ba kayong ibang negosasyon in between?
Ang alam ko po ay...
kung meron po, kung wala po, sabihin nyo lang.
Ang alam ko po ay si city administrator and after a period of time, the city secretary nagtulungan na to try and get the other party to sit and negotiate. Dahil every Monday, that item comes up in our meeting and no development has been reported. Kaya ako po naman ay ninanag ko sila. Pagka hindi po na tumugon, we will have to act with more legal force.
So it's clear that you paid special attention to this particular...
Of course, yes.
Special attention.
Because of the public service component required.
Almost weekly pinag-uusapan nyo to.
Lumalabas po yan kasi meron kaming meeting every week.
May sinabi ho ba sa inyo ni attorney, ni Administrator Fernando na si Mrs. Cristina Corona siyang dapat kausap at authorized representative ng nasabing Basa Guidote Enterprise? Meron ho bang ganong impormasyon na sabi sa inyo?
I took that for granted.
Wala?
I assumed that because he wrote Mrs. Corona.
So even, pasensya na po kayo, even before this May 30, 1999 letter was sent, you already knew as the mayor that the person to contact or to talk to was or is Mrs. Cristina Corona.
Hindi po.
Not yet.
Hindi po.
Kailan niyo po nalaman?
With that letter.
So from then on, alam niyo na?
From then on, alam ko na Basa Guidote Estate ang aming kausap.
Ano to?
Alam po nyo sa...
Wala po ang tanong. Pasensya na po kayo.
Tuloy po nung sagot ko sa tanong ninyo. Nakalimutan
I'm sorry,
nyo
but wait for my next question. Can you just wait?
Hindi ko pa nasasagot yung tanong ninyo.
Your Honor, please.
Order.
May the witness be allowed to answer completely, Your Honor?
I thought he's finished already, Your Honor. And I should
propound your question. And may I request the honorable witness to wait for the question to be finished and answer it. And answer the question and the counsel to allow the witness to complete his answer.
Yes, Your Honor.
So order.
May I borrow our Exhibit 229? That is the letter of Attorney Sison. Nasaan na? Defense, may borrow 229. The mark exhibit. Mr. Mayor, will you agree with me that this photocopy, because we don't have the mark exhibit, that this is an exact copy of the letter you identified earlier and which was marked in evidence as Exhibit 229?
Where is the mark exhibit?
It is being Xerox according to the Secretariat, Your Honor.
It is?
Being Xerox.
Being Xerox.
So just for me to continue, Your Honor, I'm confronting our witness with a Xerox copy, which as an officer of the court, I'm sure
Proceed.
This is the same copy of that letter you earlier identified. Now, can you read again the entry appearing at the right upper portion thereof, if you can?
I can vaguely decipher received by somebody, R.C. Corona.
Will you agree with me that this is the signature of Chief Justice Renato C. Corona?
Hindi ko po alam ang signature ni Chief Justice.
Okay.
I have no way.
Now, may I go back to that meeting when Mrs. Corona, according to you, visited you at your office? You remember having stated that. And you admitted that she was in the company of her husband, Attorney Renato Corona.
Tama po.
Is it your statement now that that was your first time to meet this couple?
Yes.
And you declared today that the representation is just that he is an ordinary attorney, Renato Corona. That's correct.
Tama po yun.
Now, will you admit that at one time or the other, early this month, you have talked to Miss Marites Bitug?
Opo.
And that you met somewhere at Shangri-La, Makati?
No, we did not meet. We casually...
But you casually, accidentally bumped.
Pwede po ba sagutin ko? Kayo yata ang gusto sumagot. Di kayo na sumagot.
May I request the gentleman to talk one after the other so that
yes,
please
answer.
Statements can be properly recorded.
We casually bumped on the sidewalk where she was alighting and I was riding my car. Since she's an old friend, she asked me a number of questions to which I responded automatically.
And,
yung pong aming, hindi po interview yun.
Anyway, interview or casual talk. But the point is, you were able to talk with each other at the time.
Yes.
For about how many minutes? 10, 15 minutes?
Wala, siguro mga 2-3 minutes at the most.
And she was able to ask you a number of questions.
A number of questions.
Including, and you talk about this Basagidote property.
Tinanong ako on how...
you talk about this.
Yes, we talked about yun ang point of interest niya.
And you told her that when this Attorney Corona or this husband of Cristina Corona approached you, you told him that you told him, the husband, that you don't have to introduce yourself as I know you.
No
already.
basis. No basis, Your Honor.
I'm on cross.
Yes, but no basis.
Let the witness answer.
I'm asking him, Your Honor.
No, because he was being introduced by my city administrator as somebody who served the government under President Ramos. And I said, no need for any introduction. I've read about him. I know about him.
So at that point, you already know the person of this Attorney Renato Corona.
At that point, yes. That he
And
was
in fact,
attorney.
you came to know that she was the chief legal counsel of Malacanang at the time.
Ay, hindi po alam yan. Ang alam ko yung kanyang stint with President Ramos. And then, may binanggit yung city administrator ko about his having served then Vice President Gloria Macapagal-Arroyo.
Now, you mentioned of a certain Emmanuel Sison?
No. Antonio Fernando.
No, I mean your secretary.
My secretary is Antonio, Emmy Season, yes, Emmanuel Season.
He was your secretary all throughout your stint.
In my 9 years as mayor.
Okay. And you came to know that this attorney Season is a batchmate of Chief Justice Corona, the respondent in this case in law school. You came to know that?
Hindi ko po alam yun at that point.
Okay. But Miss Attorney Season was there during that meeting, I suppose.
No, I would remember Antonio Fernando.
Oh. Now, did you ever come to know that they are batchmate at the Ateneo?
Later on.
Eventually you came to know?
Later on.
And when was that?
Mahaba na yung aming pag-uusap nung nalaman kong meron silang same school. At na-trace po namin, ako'y Ateneo rin po ako galing. Ateneo rin pala si Chief Justice.
And that took place, the knowledge that you came to know, that information was before the sale, the actual execution of the deed of absolute sale.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Mayor, because, according to you, because of your need, because of the need of the City of Manila for a location to transfer the market, to accommodate the construction of the LRT, it came to a point that you have to come up with an expropriation ordinance. That's correct?
Tama po yun.
And the City of Manila finally came up with City Ordinance number 7975.
Tama po.
May I borrow the mark exhibit? The mark exhibit.
Which mark exhibit is that? Which mark exhibit is that?
Exhibit 227, Your Honor.
Is that the ordinance?
Yes, Your Honor. City Ordinance 7975. Your Honor, with the indulgence of this honorable court, may I ask our good mayor, considering the brevity of this, of the title of this ordinance, to read into the records, with your permission. Please read it aloud.
An ordinance expropriating that certain parcel of land owned by Guidote Mercantile Corporation under TCT number 76220, 194782, 120802, 241957, 94769, and 39078, measuring 4,643 square meters, more or less, located along Legarda Street, Manila, and adjacent to the old and new Sampaloc markets, to be used as relocation site of the stallholders of said market, who will be displaced by the construction of the MRT Line 2 project, appropriating 30 million pesos or so much thereof as may be necessary and for other purposes.
So, thank you for reading it, Your Honor. So it is therefore clear, Mr. Mayor, that this City Ordinance number 7975, marked in exhibit for the defense as 227, pertains specifically, or this is an expropriation ordinance, as you may call it. Correct? Opo. And this expropriation ordinance number 7975 pertains specifically to a certain parcel of land owned by Guidote Mercantile Corporation. That's correct?
Tama po.
As stated clearly herein.
As stated.
And it also pertains to 6 properties covered by the titles mentioned in this case. In this
6 parcels of land.
6 parcels, which according to you are located in the vicinity of Legarda, Bustillos area.
As we saw it, separate from each other. Nakakalat po yan.
Contiguous.
Hindi po. Nakakalat po yan sa iba't ibang bahagi ng area.
Okay. But all in Legarda?
In the same district, in the same area, but not contiguous.
So there are 6 titles mentioned in this specific ordinance?
Yes.
That's correct. And allocation or appropriation in acquiring by way of expropriation these 6 properties is the amount of 30 million as stated in the title.
Opo.
Covering at an area or total area of these 6 properties of 4,643.7. That's correct.
Tama po.
40, what? 40?
4,643.7 square meters, Your Honor.
Square meters, yeah.
Now, early on, you also made mention of the other ordinance, which is City Ordinance number 7976. You remember having identified this ordinance.
Yan po yung
Excuse me. That's misleading, Your Honor. That has not been marked in evidence, and he did not mention that.
What, was that not mentioned in
It
this?
was only 7975, which was presented.
In that case, Your Honor, I will have to reform my question.
That was not mentioned in the testimony of the witness?
No, Your Honor, nor was it presented.
All right.
Now, I will have to confront our good mayor with
Then
this.
reform your question.
Yes, sir, accordingly. Now, Mr. Mayor, you will agree with me that in relation to this ordinance, City Ordinance number 7975, you relied on the succeeding City Ordinance reading 7976 in acquiring eventually the subject property. That's correct.
7976 is the
Just answer the question, please.
He's answering the question, Your Honor.
I have to answer it accurately.
If Your Honor, please, may we request that the witness be allowed to complete the answer, because the counsel is...
Let the witness answer first before you propound the next.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, but I just believe that it's answerable by yes or no, Your Honor. Anyway, I'm allowing him to
7976, Mr. President, pertains to the annual budget of the City of Manila.
Okay, so it is a budget ordinance, in short.
Yes.
But eventually, in the negotiation and the completion of this particular transaction involving the property of Basa Guidote Enterprises, you referred and you derived your authority to transact in behalf of the City of Manila out of this very ordinance, 7976.
Misleading, Your Honor.
I'm asking, Your Honor.
Misleading, Your Honor.
That's why I'm asking.
Let the witness answer. He's the mayor of Manila. He should know.
Eventually, we had to rely on 7976 because we feel that the result of the negotiation was outside of the expropriation ordinance. We had to come up with a solution, and we had in our hands 7976 provided for the necessary funds.
So I'll be correct to say that you eventually relied on this City Ordinance number 7976 in relation to the acquisition of the Basa Guidote property.
Sapagkat available na po ang pera.
Just a minute for clarification. There are two ordinances here mentioning two different corporate enterprises. Am I correct?
Hindi po. Isa lamang po yung
isa lang yun.
Isa lang po. Expropriation Ordinance 7975, which talks about one corporation, the Guidote Mercantile.
That is the first ordinance.
Opo. Yung isang ordinansa namang binabanggit po ng council na prosecution, a budget ordinance of the City of Manila.
Walang sinasabi kung anong korporasyon.
Wala po. Yung po appropriations for the different needs. Para pong national budget yun. Ito po naman ay local budget.
Proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, I will have to even correct my statement earlier that this budget ordinance 7976 was eventually used or referred to, relied upon in relation to City Ordinance or Expropriation Ordinance number 7975 in connection with the properties owned by Guidote Mercantile. That's correct.
Ang nagamit na po namin kapangyarihan, yung coming from 7976. Tama po.
Tama po ako.
Kapagkat hindi po naging totally expropriation yung aming conclusion doon sa
yes,
requirement.
Mr. Thank you.
So I will be correct to say that in connection with this acquisition of this Basa Guidote property under TCT 76220 with an area of 1,020.7 square meters, these are the only two city ordinances that you made use of or referred to, and no other. That's correct.
Tama po yun.
Now, did you notice, Mr. Mayor, that nowhere in City Ordinance number 7975 can you find the entity reading or name Basa Guidote Enterprises Incorporated? Nowhere in this exhibit.
Wala po dyan sa
Wala
ordinance
po.
plan.
And also nowhere in this City Ordinance number 7975 can you find 7975, can you find a figure reading 34 million? None.
Wala po dyan.
The amount mentioned in this Expropriation Ordinance 7975 speaks of 30 million. That's correct.
Tama po.
And this City Ordinance number 7975 speaks of 6 properties.
Tama po.
Now, and on the other hand, it speaks of a total area of 4,643.7. That's correct.
Tama po.
Now, I call your attention to the other only ordinance that you relied upon in the completion of this transaction, and that is Budget Ordinance number 7976. I am giving you enough time, Mr. Mayor, to go over once again, this city ordinance. And please help us find any entry, any mention of an entity named Basa Guidote Enterprises.
Ito po'y...
Just answer the question, please.
Wala pong pangalan dito dahil ito po'y pondo ng gobyerno ng Maynila. Ito po yung mga items from the different or the different departments.
So you will agree with me that there is no mention whatsoever.
Meron po, pero meron po rito.
Wala
pong Basa Guidote rito. Meron po ritong paggamit ng salaping bayan.
My question is about Basa Guidote, Mr. Mayor.
Wala po rito.
None. And there is also no mention of the specific amount of 34 million which eventually was the agreed purchase price by way of negotiated sale for the property owned by Basa Guidote. None. There is also none.
Wala po rito.
None also.
Hindi po transactional to eh. Ito po ay appropriations budget.
Okay. Because you have been a mayor of Manila for 3 terms, Mr. Mayor. Proudly, yes. I know.
The only 3-term mayor.
Okay. Now, are you not aware, Mr. Mayor, that for a transaction like this, acquisition of a property by way of expropriation or by negotiated sale, that there should be a specific ordinance to treat that particular transaction as provided for by the local government code?
Objection, Your Honor. Calling for legal conclusion.
Your Honor, he is the mayor. He said proudly.
Let the witness answer.
Alam ko po yun, sapagkat kailangan merong pondo at nakalaan dun sa paggamit. Yung pong bilihan ng lupa ay merong pondo ang Department of Engineering for capital outlay.
At maliban po sa pondo, dapat po identified yung property, di po ba?
Eventually, ma-identify po, pero hindi po sa budget yan. Pag capital outlay, pwede pong land acquisition, pwedeng road construction, building construction, and other requirements.
So, sasang-ayon po kayo sa akin na dapat merong particular or specific ordinance for that purpose?
Hindi po sa general appropriations. Kaya po general appropriations yun.
Senator Lacson? Council, will you allow Senator Lacson to take the floor?
Mr. President, may I just help clarify this particular issue regarding 7975 and 7976. Mr. Mayor, hindi nyo lang po siguro naalala, yung ginamit na pondo doon sa 7975, continuing appropriations po yon doon sa previous budget. Hindi po ba?
Tama po.
Kaya hindi po yung budget sa 7976 ang ginamit dito sa 7975.
Ang pagkaalam ko po, yung pondong nagamit namin eventually sa pagbili po, kinuha na namin doon sa appropriations measure.
Hindi po. Continuing appropriations for the engineering services, Department of Engineering and Public Works, DEPW, for the construction of the new Sampaloc Market.
Tama po.
So pag sinabing continuing appropriation, previous year po yon, budget year.
Tama po yun.
Ang problema nyo lang po dito, hindi kayo nagpasa ng ordinance para i-realign yung budget for the expropriation. Nandun po ang problema, hindi doon sa between 7976 at 7975. Kasi hindi po pwedeng gamitin yung 7976 kasi current year yun eh. Nauna pa po yung 7975 sa 7976, I suppose.
Tama po yun. Yung 7975 ay nauna po yun dahil kailangan namin yung expropriation measure. Dahil kundi wala po kayong makakausap na may-ari ng lupa eh.
Pero wala pong issue doon sa nauna yung expropriation kaysa doon sa appropriation ng pondo para sa expropriation.
Halos sabay po yan eh. Na-aprobahan niya tayo.
Tama po yan, pero
on the same day eh.
Hindi po pwedeng gamitin yung budget ordinance para doon sa expropriation kasi hindi po saklaw na yun eh.
Meron pong kinalaman sapagkat engineering requirement
hindi po. Ang may kinalaman lang doon, wala kayong subsequent ordinance para i-realign yung budget na galing sa continuing appropriation do sa kung ano man yun, 7974 man yun o 7973, dapat meron kayong subsequent city ordinance para i-realign yung budget ng previous year, budget year, doon sa pag-expropriate. So, wala pong kinalaman yung pag-uusapan nyo kasi nahirapan po ako makinig dahil magkaiba po yung inyong pag-uusapan.
Tama po.
Salamat po.
The counsel for the prosecution continue.
May I proceed, Your Honor? Mr. Mayor, ang nangyari po dito sa pagkakabili or in the acquisition of the property covered by TCT 76220 is by way of negotiated sale, di po ba?
Eventually, yan po ang nangyari. Hindi na po umabot sa expropriation.
Expropriation. Hindi po expropriation ang nangyari, di po ba?
Hindi po.
So, by way of negotiated
dahil
sale.
Dahil kung expropriation, dapat sinampahan namin ng kaso.
Opo, hindi na po umabot doon.
Hindi po umabot doon.
However, ang ginamit nyo pong basihan ng inyong karapatan na pumasok sa transaksyon bilang alkalde ng Maynila ay ito rin pong 7975, di po ba?
Alam po nyo.
Sagutin lang po sana, pakisuyo po.
Ang sagot po dyan, pagka meron po kayong lupang tinatarget for public use, at gagamitin nyo yung power of eminent domain, gagawa kayo ng expropriation measure.
So, pero ang nangyari po rito, hindi expropriation, di po
hindi
ba?
Na po umabot sa korte.
Kaya nga po, pero just the same, you made use of or you relied on the provisions of City Expropriation Ordinance number 7975, according to you, for expediency purposes.
To get the parties to respond, yes.
Did it not occur to you that you should have asked your council, the City Council of Manila, to pass a specific and separate ordinance to correct the measure you were to rely upon? Because 7975 speaks of expropriation, and you ended up
misleading, Your Honor, also speculative.
Yes, sir.
Sa tingin ko po, ang City Council ay tumugon na substantially. They gave me a shotgun blast. Binigay na nila yung lahat ng available parcels of land in the area. Nagbigay na po sila ng authority to appropriate certain sums of money. Kaya hindi na po ako bumalik at tinuloy ko na po yung visa ng kanilang ordinansa.
At sangayon nga po kay kagalang-galang Senator Lacson, tungkol naman dun sa isang ordinansa, hindi rin ho ba pumasok sa isip nyo na dapat humingi kayo ng separate specific ordinance
para maglagay ng pondo para dito sa negotiated sale. Kasi hindi naman po expropriation ang nangyari. Yung 7976 ay budget ordinance for the general fund of the City of Manila. Hindi ho ba pumasok sa inyo na para areglado ang usapan at ang transaksyon, dapat may separate ordinance para sa pondo at para sa property. Kasi wala rin pong ordinansa kayong pinagbabasihan na nagtitreat sa property belonging to Basagidote. Yung pong pinag-uusapan nyo is...
What is the purpose of this line of questioning? You are questioning the source of power of the mayor to buy the property? Or what is the relevance of
Yes,
this?
Your Honor, because the good mayor is saying that he derived his authority from this purported city ordinances.
To buy the property.
To buy, but apparently...
And that you are saying, in effect, that the mayor was not authorized to buy the property?
Not properly authorized, Your Honor.
Not properly authorized. But since the property was bought by the City of Manila, which is relevant to the issue at hand, well, if he committed an infraction of his duties as a mayor, that is a separate issue, isn't it?
Yes. We are not concerning ourselves
with the possible legal responsibility of the mayor with respect to the way he handled this power.
We're just pointing out
anyway,
the infirmities and flaws
I
of
just
the
want to
transaction
know,
entered into, Your Honor.
The chair just want to know the purpose of this line of questioning, because
if you're
we are using time of the court on this issue, and we are concentrating on this issue instead of relating the purchase to the present issue of impeachment. But anyway, you proceed.
Mr. President.
The gentleman from Pampanga.
Yes, Mr. President. If I may just add, Mr. President, because, well, we're interested in the Basagidote aspect of this transaction rather than the local government's participation in it, no? And whether or not there are infractions. No? So I share the concern of the Senate President that we seem to be moving towards another direction.
The collateral issue.
Precisely, Mr. President.
But anyway, we will give you all the leeway and
we'll go to another point.
Show us the connection, the link of this particular issue with the impeachment trial.
Your Honor, may I just make a manifestation?
Yeah, please.
If Your Honor, please, under the local government code, when a local government authorizes expropriation, it is first required that the local executive or the chief executive of the city or municipality should first try to negotiate a sale. And only if it fails should the local executive go through expropriation. And this is why an ordinance for expropriation implicitly includes the authority to negotiate, Your Honor, a sale.
Yeah, but regardless of whether the acquisition is by expropriation or negotiation, the fact is that a sale was concluded, payment was made by the City of Manila, and so this is now related to the problem of impeachment before this court. So proceed.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
Anyway, you can pursue your question, and let's see how you will connect it.
Yes, Your Honor. We'll now go to the Secretary's certificate, earlier identified by the witness and marked in evidence by the defense as Exhibit 230, Your Honor. Mr. Mayor, you said that in relation to your query as to the capacity or identity of the person you were dealing with, particularly Christina Corona, you were shown a copy of this Secretary's certificate. That's correct.
Tama po yun. Tama po yun.
And you have observed that this is a February 1987 document.
Po yun.
I mean, that is the date appearing as type.
Doon sa certification. Po.
Yes. And however, the notarization bears the date June 19, 1987. That's correct. As being examined by our witness.
Opo.
Now, so you have observed that there is a disparity between the date of the instrument itself and the notarization between February and June of the same date. Have you observed that?
I did not take note of that anymore, but I saw the certification and I took it in its face value.
Okay, face value. And you saw this in 1991, in 2001, that's correct? 2001.
Yeah,
When you were negotiating for the negotiated sale or for the acquisition of the subject property. That's correct. Or a margin or difference of 14 years. So to speak. Yeah, probably by mathematical computation. Did it not occur to you that you should have asked Mrs. Corona for a more recent source of authority?
Speculative.
This is. I'm just asking if he knows, if he did, Your Honor.
It didn't enter my mind anymore because a certification is a certification.
Were you showed an original copy of this secretary certificate?
Signed by a certain
Asuncion Basa Rocco.
Basa Rocco and Sister Concepcion Basa.
Yes. But of course, when you saw this secretary certificate dated June, notarized on June 19, 1987, you did not know personally who was Asuncion Basa Rocco. You did not.
Hindi ko po alam.
You do not know her from heaven.
Hindi ko po. From earth.
Yes. And you do not personally know Sister Concepcion Basa.
Hindi ko rin po kilala yung mga tao.
But even if you do not know these signatories in this secretary's certificate, you gave full faith in the veracity of this 14-year-old document.
At that point in time, presented by Mrs. Corona, and in front of my own lawyers, I took it.
As gospel truth, so to speak.
I took it as a valid legal document.
Okay. You don't even know the notary public.
Irrelevant, Your Honor.
The Chair would like to clarify. Who is Asuncion Rocco? Is he related to
Nanay ito, di ba?
Cristina Rocco Corona?
I understand they're all part of the board of directors of their corporation.
How many? What was the capitalization of the corporation?
Wala pong nakalagay dito eh.
Did who were the other members of the board?
My legal officer would probably in a better position to answer that because hindi ko na po binusisi ito.
Who was the president of the corporation?
Lumalabas po dito basta't Asuncion.
Was Mrs. Rocco, Mrs. Corona, the president of
Siya
the
po ang
corporation?
binigyan ng authority. Resolved that Cristina Corona shall execute, sign, and deliver such papers, documents, or other writings.
What was her position other than a representative of the corporation in that certification? Was he holding any position in the corporation?
Hindi ko po alam yun.
Continue, Counsel.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. So you gave you gave full faith and relied on this document, even if you do not know the signatories or anybody signing this document.
Already answered, Your Honor.
So be it, Your Honor. Now, As part of your due diligence in this 34 million transaction involving a strategically located property, you have read the power. Can you read for us, Mr. Mayor, the first authority given to Christina Corona under paragraph 1?
Asuncion Basa Rocco, Corporate Secretary of Basa Guidote Enterprises, a corporation duly organized and licensed to do business under Philippine laws with office address at 903 Lepanto Street, Sampaloc, Manila, do hereby certify that during the special meeting of the Board of Directors held on February 1987 at its above-mentioned office address, the following resolution was unanimously adopted.
Number one.
Resolved that the corporation appoint Christina Corona as its exclusive agent to negotiate, sell, and or dispose the property together with improvements thereon, located at Bustillo Street, Sampaloc, Metro Manila, covered by TCT numbers 76220 and 33889 of the Registry of Deeds of Manila.
Second, please.
Resolved further that Christina Corona shall execute, sign, and deliver such papers, documents, or other writings of whatever nature or kind as may be necessary for the sale, transfer, and disposition of the above-mentioned property together with the improvements thereon.
And lastly, the third paragraph.
Finally, that the corporation shall pay Christina Corona a commission in the sum equivalent to 5% of the total purchase value of the aforementioned of aforedescribed property together with improvements thereon. In witness thereof, set my hand unto this. Asuncion Basa Rocco.
In other words, Christina Corona was an agent of the corporation.
Turning out as the only authorized person to talk to.
Yeah, agent to sell.
Agent to sell, yes, Mr. President.
So, and that is so provided for under the first paragraph that you read, that she is appointed as the exclusive agent of the corporation to negotiate, sell, and or dispose the property. So, just to be the exclusive agent, that's correct, as stated here.
Yun po,
Best evidence.
Okay.
Document,
And
Your Honor.
on the second paragraph, as you read it, it empowers or authorizes, this Secretary Certificate authorizes or empowers Christina R. Corona to execute, sign, and deliver such papers, documents, and other writings like maybe titles, deed of sale, tax declaration, as you earlier stated. That's correct.
Tama po.
Just to deliver documents. That's correct. As stated here.
As stated.
And lastly, the authority given is, actually, this is not an authority but a privilege, Your Honor, that Christina R. Corona shall be entitled to receive a 5% commission on the total purchase price, as stated here.
Yun po,
Now, in this Secretary's Certificate, can you tell this Honorable Court, in relation to the deed of absolute sale that was later on executed on March 26, 2001, if there is anything here in this particular Secretary's Certificate that authorizes Christina to receive in her behalf the check or the payment for the transaction?
Objection, Your Honor. That's misleading.
Why?
I'm asking, Your Honor.
Why?
It's misleading because the question is to authorize to receive in her own behalf. That is not the point. Here, she was supposed to sell or execute. What is stated here, Your Honor, is that the corporation appoints Christina Corona as its exclusive agent to negotiate, sell, and or dispose the property. And therefore, that includes the authority to receive payment.
That is a conclusion, Your Honor.
Not for herself, but for the corporation, Your Honor. That's why I said it's misleading.
I submit, Your Honor. My question is very specific. If there is anything here...
Let the witness answer.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Wala po nakalagay
None.
dyan.
None.
Personal niyan tatanggapin.
None. Oh.
Nakalagay ba dyan na pwede siyang pumirma ng kontrata?
Meron.
Ito po malinaw po naman yun Resolved that Cristina Corona shall execute, sign, and deliver such papers, documents, or other writings of whatever nature and or kind as may be necessary for the sale, transfer, and disposition of the above-mentioned property, together with improvements thereof.
Well, anyway, that's a legal question, whether that is a proper authorization. This is a real estate property being sold, and there are certain documentary requirements for the either disposition or acquisition of real estate property. But that's a legal question that must be discussed by the two panels at the present time. Proceed with your cross-examination.
Now, Mr. Mayor, when you executed the subject deed of absolute sale in March of 2001, were you made aware of the fact that there was already an internal squabble, an infighting between the owners and members of Basag Idaotan? Just if you were informed.
Irrelevant, no
Wala
basis.
po kaming alam dun.
Okay. Now, I'm showing you again this Exhibit 238, the very check that was paid for by the city government of Manila in the amount of 34,703,800. Can you read for us the payee stated here?
Ito po yung malinaw dito. Pay to Cristina Corona, ITF, in trust for Basag Idaotan Enterprises Incorporated. Ito po yung cheque para sa Basag Idaotan Enterprises Incorporated. Nakalagay po yung pangalan ng aming kanegosasyon at representante po ng korporasyon.
And again, calling your attention to
just a clarification. Who was the seller in the deed of sale?
I'm about to go to that, Your Honor.
In the deed of sale, who was selling the property?
Basag Idaotan Enterprises, a private corporation.
Why did the City of Manila pay the money to
represented po siya.
Cristina Corona instead of Basa Enterprises?
Yun po naman sa security rin po nung transaksyon at nung cheque. Somebody has to be responsible. We don't know Basag Idaotan Enterprises kung sino po yan. Ang representante po na kausap namin na aming maaaring gawing managot dun sa checking yun ay si Cristina Corona. Kaya yun po naman ay malinaw. Yung cheque ay para sa korporasyon, in trust for such corporation.
Pero, ang korporasyon na mayor mayroong kanyan, stockholders, may board of directors, may officers, presidente, vice president, treasurer, corporate secretary.
Opo, dahil po dito sa transaksyon ito, siya lang po naman ang aming nakausap. And as enunciated by the authority presented to us, as contained in the deed of sale, duly authorized for the purpose by board resolution and secretary certificate dated June 19, 1987, copy of which is attached as Annex A.
Anyway, continue with your course.
Yeah, thank you again, Your Honor. As you read it, you made mention of a board resolution and secretary certificate dated June 19, 1987. As part of due diligence, Mr. Mayor, did you ask for a copy of the purported board resolution mentioned
in this deed of absolute sale?
Ito na po yung board resolution contained in the certificate of the Secretary.
No, Mr. Mayor, board resolution and secretary certificate are two different documents. Yes, there is the secretary certificate, but my question is, as mentioned in the deed of absolute sale, did you not ask for a copy of the board resolution mentioned here?
At this point, Your Honor, I think all these questions are already immaterial and irrelevant. First, the subject...
He's under cross. Let him answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, do you understand that these are two different documents?
To answer that, as I'm sure when our city legal office prepared the draft deed of sale, lahat po yan ay pinag-usapan nila. I presume that.
But of course, you are the very signatory in this contract, so I assume that you must have exercised due diligence. Anyway.
Alam nyo, pag-prepare ng kontrata, pag-pirma ng mayor ng kontrata, every day you are signing documents as high as this, hindi po na mabubusisi lahat yung mga requirements. That's why we have 26,000 employees.
As correctly pointed out by our president, the seller in this deed of absolute sale is Basa Guidote Enterprises Inc., not Cristina Corona. Now, did it not occur to you, to your mind, that considering that the very seller is Basa Guidote, which is a corporation, as stated here, that check that you issued and all the supporting vouchers should be named under Basa Guidote even without in transport? Did it not occur to you?
Yan po ginawa namin.
That is the proper process?
Yan po ginawa namin. Basa Guidote Enterprises in trust with somebody. Dahil baka, kung sino kumulekta po nung cheque or ang kausap namin, certain Mrs. Corona, mayroong certification of her authority, mahirap po naman ilagay namin dun. Basta yun lamang korporasyon. Kung saan mapunta po yun.
Are you telling us that without that in transport, you cannot be secured with a check?
I don't think we can be secured.
Oh, anyway, I leave it to the appreciation of the Honorable Court, Your Honor. So you do not have any other authority from Basa Guidote to empower, to authorize Cristina Corona to receive the payment by way of this check in her name or in trust for Basa.
Admitted, Your Honor.
Admitted. Thank you. Now, in the deed of absolute sale, there are certain terms and conditions mentioned under page 3 thereof. And may I ask you to go over said page again and pay attention to the terms and conditions 1 to 6 appearing on page
Is it
3 and 4, Your
At this
Honor.
juncture, Your Honor, and with the kind indulgence of the Honorable Court, I think there is no question as to the transaction being referred to in the examination of the witness. There is a sale of 2 parcels of land. The amount agreed upon by the parties had been paid to the owner, Your Honor, received in trust by the representative, and public market, for which the property had been appropriated, had already been built. So the transaction is a long consummated transaction.
What is the purpose of the question, Counsel?
Your Honor, the defense presented our good mayor to prove the transaction with the...
No, what is your purpose in asking that specific question?
Your Honor, to show if there was compliance with the terms and conditions of this agreement.
May I answer?
May we request for reconsideration, Your Honor?
Why?
The terms and conditions do not anymore apply because the transaction had long been consummated, Your Honor.
We are showing the infirmities, Your Honor, the flaws, attendant to.
Yes, but if there are infirmities, this is not the province or the forum for this infirmity. If there was liability on the part of the mayor, Your Honor, if the mayor did not comply with any obligation, then there may be a litigation.
What was the purpose of your question again?
We will show the infirmities of this particular transaction, Your Honor, which our good mayor is a participant.
All right, may answer. Let's hear the answer of the mayor.
Please go over this.
Ano po yung pinagagawa niya?
Please go over the 6 terms and
I've
conditions.
gone over it.
Okay. Now, under paragraph 1, we will be in agreement to say that there was payment of the amount stated therein, which is 34,700,800. That's correct.
Shall pay.
So you paid for.
Do not answer when I have objection.
So this amount was paid.
Nabayaran po.
And that is by virtue of the check we earlier mentioned about. Being the mayor, would you say, Mr. Mayor, that what kind of check is this? Is this an ordinary check, manager's check, or cashier's check?
Official check.
Not a manager's check.
It's a check of the city government that I saw millions of times.
Oh. But will you agree with me that this is neither a cashier nor a manager's check?
It's an official check that the city government issues.
Already answered.
Okay.
For
Now,
its-
you will have to agree with me, Mr. Mayor, that under paragraph 1, the provision is for the city government of Manila to issue cashier's check or manager's check.
Assuming Your
No,
Honor,
I'm just trying to test the...
Yes, I object.
Let the witness answer. They're just confirming whether that is the provision of the contract.
No, Your Honor,
I do not see any...
with the kind permission of the Honorable Court,
Yes.
the way the question appeared to us, there is apparently no necessity in determining what is the nature of the check. There was payment, and it was issued. The payment was in the form of a check, Your Honor.
Actually,
Whether it is
the
manager's,
understanding of
cashier's.
the chair, Mr. Counsel, is that this cross-examination is testing the credence of the testimony of the mayor.
But they do not even question, Your Honor, if the court will remember, the payment of 34 million pesos.
They're under cross. We cannot control the way he crosses the witness.
No, right, subject to...
What was the question?
Please answer, Mayor.
The provision, the very provision of paragraph 1 of the terms and condition is for the issuance of cashier's check or manager's check.
Yan po nakasulat.
So there is no compliance with respect to the form of check that should be issued.
Hindi po ako...
Just say yes or no, Mr. Mayor.
Well, anyway, the mayor has already answered that they paid the consideration with the check of the city of Manila. And I suppose it's up to the buyer if to accept that check or to insist on a cashier's check or a manager's check.
My point is this, Your Honor.
Anyway, it's already answered. The mayor's already answered. Another question.
Now, you made mention that, paragraph 2 thereof mentions of the simultaneous delivery or surrender of the owner's duplicate copy of the subject property number 76220. Do you have any proof to show that indeed there is compliance?
Nakita ko po
As far as you know, Mr. Mayor.
Nakita ko po yung titulo nung final stages.
But okay. Now, how about under paragraph 3? Do you know if there was proper segregation of the two lots as you have described earlier on?
Yun may proseso po yun. That's exactly...
My question is, do you know of any compliance?
Of what? Compliance?
As to the segregation of the two lots embodied in the same title, Your Honor.
You mean subdivision?
As provided for, Your Honor. Yes, the subdivision, Your Honor.
Of the land covered by the title, by this single title.
Yes, Your Honor.
Right.
Just to know if he knows, Your Honor, if there is compliance.
Mayor, just answer if you know or not.
Ang pagkakaalam ko, dapat ginawa na yun.
Would you be surprised to know that there is no compliance there? Anyway, I withdraw that, Your Honor. Ano na? Hindi, yung disallowance. Yung suspension.
Ayun, may bumaksak.
I'm sorry, may I ask for 1 minute suspension, Your Honor? I'm conferring with my...
Suspension. Sa trial resumed, the gentleman from Iloilo.
We take advantage of the request of the prosecution for a minute suspension just to ask some clarificatory questions so that we do not have to delay this. Mr. Mayor, you would agree with me that as head of the local government unit, you are expected to exercise extraordinary diligence in the handling of public funds.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, and in this particular case, it involves over 34,705,890 pesos, and therefore, extraordinary diligence must be exercised. Now, you mentioned earlier, hindi ko na binusisi itong deed of absolute sale. Sinabi mo kanina.
Binasa ko po, pero hindi ko na po binusisi.
Hindi mo na binusisi. Itong exhibit, itong deed of sale, hindi mo na rin binusisi yung secretary's affidavit na kung saan nakalagay yung alleged authority ni Mrs. Corona.
Yung po'y binusisi ng aming abogado.
Binusisi ng inyong abogado. Dahilan po sa hindi mo binusisi ang kontrata, hindi ka na rin humingi ng kopya ng board resolution na nakabanggit doon sa Secretary's Certificate.
Hindi po galing sa akin. I was assuming that the City Legal Department attended to all of this.
Yeah, but you yourself did not ask.
Hindi na po.
All right. Hindi mo rin tinanong o wala ka rin alam ng nagtanong kung ito bang ari-ariang ito ay ito po ba'y buong ari-arian ng BGI, if this is all or substantially all of the assets of BGI.
Yun po, we assumed that because that was the registry, that was the result of the registry's answer to our query on the title.
So you assume that this property is the only property or if not the substantially all of the property.
Hindi po naman. Marami po silang property sa Maynila.
I see. Okay. Now, ngunit hindi po kayo humingi ng stockholders resolution dito na nag-authorize ng pagbenta nitong ari-arian.
Gaya ng sinabi ko po, dumaan po yan sa masusing pagsusuri ng Department of City Legal Department. So, I presume that all of this were taken care of.
Kaya hindi mo na binusisi?
Hindi ko na po inusisa.
Alright. Ngayon, dahilan po sa dami mong tinitingnan na dokumento, hindi mo na rin chinek sa SEC kung itong korporasyon ito ay buhay pa.
At that point in time...
tinatanong lang kita.
At that point in time, ako mismo personal, hindi ko po tinanong.
Tinanong mo ba yung mga abogado mo kung chinek nila sa SEC?
Ang sabi po ng aming abogado, sila po yung hinahanap naming may-ari.
Hindi. Yung pagpunta sa SEC para tingnan kung buhay pa itong korporasyong ito, hindi po ginawa yan ng inyong mga abogado. Sa pagkaalam mo, hindi mo rin ginawa.
Alam ko po, siguro ginawa nila, pero hindi ko alam
hindi mo alam.
Wala silang pagkontra, kaya tuloy po yung aming negosasyon.
Hindi mo ba, napansin mo naman siguro na yung Secretary's affidavit ni Asuncion Rocco ay may petsang June 19, 1987.
Opo.
Opo. At itong transaksyong ito ay taong 2001 na. Hindi po ba? Ang deed of sale.
Tama po.
14 na taong nakaraan, doon po sa Secretary Certificate na ang sinasabi, may kapangyarihan si Cristina Rocco na magbenta noong nitong loteng ito.
Hindi ko na po binigyan din ng pansin yung petsa ng panahon dahil wala po namang limitasyon yung authority. Wala naman nakalagay doon. This is only good for 1 year.
Opo. At
2 years.
Hindi po pumasok sa isipan nyo na baka po napalitan na yung korporasyon, ang board of directors, baka di-revoke yung authority, baka hindi na dahil sa iba na po yung korporasyon, ang board of directors, hindi na authorize si Ginang Rocco. Hindi niyo po ginawa yun?
Hindi pumasok sa isip ko na
hindi pumasok sa isip
kailangan questionin dahil wala po naman kung may question.
Ngayon, Ngayon, ang vendor po dito, ang nagbenta ay Basa Guidotti Enterprises, hindi po ba?
Opo.
At sa pagkaalam po ninyo, ang dapat bayaran yung nagbenta ng ari-arian.
Tama po yun.
Opo. At ngunit dito, ang cheque ay ibinigay kay Cristina Corona in trust for Basa Guidotti Enterprises.
Opo.
Bakit po ginawa yun ulit?
Siya po ang aming kanegosasyon at siya po ang dapat managot doon sa kahahantungan ng cheque.
Hindi po ba ang dapat managot ay ang korporasyon?
Yun nga po, korporasyon, but meron po kaming pinpointed. Yun po, para sa akin po, added security measure to make sure that the transaction ends up in the right place.
Added security sa isip nyo. Hindi nyo po naisip na itong checking ito na in trust for Basa Guidotti ay diniposito ni Mrs. Corona sa kanyang account.
Hindi ko po alam yun.
Hindi mo alam. Nakita nyo po ba yung cheque? Hindi ba hawak-hawak niyo yung cheque kanina?
Yung cheque po na...
Yung cheque na pinagbayad
na inisyo namin, yun po nakita ko.
Opo. Pakitingnan mo nga ulit. Can the secretary please give a copy of that check? I think it was marked in evidence. Nandiyan na po, Ginoong Witness, ang cheque sa tabi niyo po. Yung likod po ba ng cheque ay nakikita dyan sa exhibit na yan?
Andito po.
Nandyan. Hindi po ba sa likod nakalagay for deposit to account number 001512-0029-74. At tapos may nakalagdag pirmang Cristina R. Corona. Tama po ba yan?
Hindi ko po nakikita yung sinasabi niyo.
Ganun po ba? Pakikita mo nga
naman
sa paliwan.
For deposit.
Yes, for deposit. Ayan. Pakibasa nga po.
Account number 001512002974. Cristina R. Corona.
At dahilan po sa pag-iingat nyo, linagay nyo sa pangalan ni Cristina Corona in trust for Basa Guidotti Enterprises Inc. Ngunit ito po'y, dahilan po dito, nagkaroon ng pagkakataon para ma-deposito sa pangalan ni Cristina Corona.
Ganun po nangyari.
Hindi po na-deposito doon po sa Basa Guidotti Enterprises Inc.
Hindi ko po alam yun.
Hindi, tinitingnan, binasa mo kanina kung saan
Hindi ko po alam kung yun ang deposito nila, yun ang korporasyon, ang alam ko po siya ang authorized.
Opo, pero doon po dineposito sa account na ito at sa ilalim, mayroong Cristina R. Corona. Wala naman pong nakalagay dito ng Basa Guidotti Enterprises Inc. Tama po ba?
Hindi ko na po alam yun.
Ay, binasa mo kanina.
Hindi ko na po alam kung ano nangyari puro sa deposito ng cheque na naka-assign puro sa korporasyon.
Okay.
At that point in time, I had no... Ngayon, alam ko na po, pero hindi ko alam dati.
At that time, hindi mo alam. Pero ngayon, alam mo na.
Yun po, napapaloob.
Yeah. Ngayon, doon po sa deed of sale, ang nakalagay doon, kung titingnan niyo po yung deed of sale, ang nakalagay doon po sa paragraph 4, pakibigay lang sa testigo noong deed of sale. Mr. Witness.
Opo.
Opo. On page 3, paragraph 4. Opo. Dito po nakalagay, capital gains tax which shall be for the account of Basa Guidote.
Opo.
Ibig sabihin, yung capital gains ang dapat ang magbayad ang Basa Guidote.
Opo.
Yung 34,703,800 pesos, yan po kasama ang capital gains doon.
Sila po ang mananagot doon.
Dapat, opo, yan po nakalagay sa kontrata.
Yan po nakalagay,
Opo. At yan po ay sa alam mo po ba na hanggang ngayon ang titulo ay nasa Basa Guidote Enterprises pa? Alam po niyo, hindi?
Hindi ko po alam.
Hindi mo po alam. Hindi mo pa alam na hanggang ngayon ay hindi pa po bayad ang capital gains tax.
Again, I have no way of...
you have no way of knowing. You have no way of knowing that up to now, the title is still in the name of Basa Guidote, and the reason is the capital gains tax have not been paid. You would not know that.
I wouldn't know that.
Yeah. And also, the value-added tax, you wouldn't know that it has been paid. It has not been paid, I'm sorry. You wouldn't know that, Mr. Witness.
Hindi ko na po alam yun.
Now, Mr. Witness, you earlier cited the notice of suspension. Alam niyo po, sa notice of suspension, isa po sa mga pinoint out noong Commission on Audit, kulang po ang dokumento doon po sa bentahan. Specifically, yung sinasabi recommendation of the appraisal committee as to the reasonableness of the price was not submitted. Pwede ho bang
every year, at the end of the year, the Commission on Audit, local, submits to the executive, the chief executive, a list of questioned transactions and notice of suspension are given, notices of suspension. And it is presumed by the local chief executive that the pointed out deficiencies are immediately complied with and responded to by the offices concerned. In this particular transaction, the notice of the mayor, the assessor, accountant, the treasurer, secretary, legal officer are called. And as a regular rule, as soon as the submitted documents are given in, the notice of suspension is lifted. Because otherwise, every year, the subject matters question, transactions listed for suspension, will appear every year. At kaya kami po ino-audit ng National COA at the end of each year. And all of this should normally appear. And if indeed not satisfied with the explanations of the executive and the legislative and the administration, they will make it mature to something else.
Notice of disallowance.
Disallowance. Pero hindi po nangyari yun eh. So, ang presumption ng yung lingkod ay nasagot na lahat yan because maraming kini-question, sinasagot po dapat yan at pinaliliwanag. Ang malamang na sinabi po ng tanggapan ko, yung lalo na po rin sa punto ng Committee on Appraisal, na ang aming appraisal for that particular transaction was very, very accurate, considering that we sold a property of the government for 155 million pesos and paid for by the LRTA, and here we are buying another parcel of land for 34 million for the same purpose of the other one sold.
Was that recommendation in writing?
The gentleman from Iloilo has 1 minute to finish.
Yes. Was that recommendation in writing?
Yes, I'm sure the recommendation was done in writing because otherwise, this item would have appeared in 2003, 2004. It would have bothered me, and I would have instructed my people to give more attention to that particular item.
Well, because I have information that up to this point there is no appraisal, there is no recommendation on the reasonableness of the price, for which reason the transaction, the finding may have ripened into a notice of dissolution. But in any case, yes, Mr. President, I will not stop at this point because I believe that through the answers of the witness, there was some degree of lack of due diligence and extraordinary diligence in handling funds for the people of Manila. Thank you, Mr. President.
All right.
If Your Honor, please.
Counsel for the prosecution.
If Your Honor, please.
Yes.
May I have even only 1 minute, Your Honor?
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Your Honor. In connection with the non-payment of the capital gain tax, Your Honor, we have in our possession a letter,
Your Honor, please.
BIR ruling, Your Honor, signed by Mr. Edmundo P. Guevara, Deputy Commissioner for Legal and Inspection Group, which consists of 2 pages, dated May 22, 2001, which states that no capital gain tax may be levied on the excess of just compensation.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I'll ask this be marked as Exhibit 2.
Because that is presenting evidence by manifestation, Your Honor, with due respect.
Yeah, but you may not be conversant with the rule. We cannot object to the manifestation.
What is the basis of your objection?
Your Honor, with due respect to Justice Cuedas, he is volunteering this information regarding the exemption without the benefit of proper question, Your Honor.
Yes, we will do that.
There was a question from the court.
And I'm still on cross, Your Honor.
No, there was a question from the court, and the counsel for the defense.
I yield, Your Honor. I submit.
Yeah, and isn't this also subject to doxy stamp?
The
transaction.
The transaction, Your Honor. I think so, Your Honor. But we have not gone deeper into that aspect because to us, as we have previously earlier manifested, Your Honor, the transaction had been consummated. The properties had been delivered to the city of Manila. Yeah. They constructed already the public market there. If they are not interested anymore, we are willing to accept back the property, Your Honor.
That's correct.
And
the transaction is finished.
Yes, Your Honor. It's already consummatum est.
It's just a question of relating this to the impeachment
yes,
before us.
Yes, Your Honor. So, thank you.
So, counsel, continue with your course.
Your Honor, may we just mark in evidence additionally as appearing in the dorsal portion of the subject check marked Exhibit 238 for the defense and 11J for the prosecution. We have marked earlier the notation appearing at the back thereof, and as pointed out by Senator Drilon, the notation for deposit 2, account number so and so, signed by R. Corona. We would like to request that the stamp mark reading Land Bank Malacanang Branch, teller number 2, to be further marked in evidence for the prosecution as Exhibit J-3, Your Honor.
Mark it accordingly for the prosecution.
You were saying something when we mark our evidence by in pursuant to our manifestation, but that's not been testified to by the witness.
Any further question from the prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor. Much as we want to proceed, but as we have earlier manifested, because of the other documents presented through our good mayor, we have to examine them first, and we need time to study. So we will have to ask for continuance, Your Honor.
Of your cross?
Of the cross, Your Honor.
What's the pleasure of the defense?
We submit to the discretion of the Honorable Court, Your Honor.
Granted.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
The witness is discharged in the meantime, and we will notify him for regarding the next hearing of this case. Counsel for the defense,
Your Honor, please, if it will not be asking too much, may we be informed what those documents are so that we can make them available. We can even have them Xerox copied and furnish them with copies thereof.
The prosecution is will state for the record the documents that you want to.
We are willing to furnish them.
Have and examine
we have even observed that in the other documents, like the disbursement voucher, there are some entries therein which could not be read. And we were really taken by surprise with these documents. So we have to have time, Your Honor. And maybe confer with them, Your Honor.
No, I know. I hope you do not. I'm not misunderstood. We are not objecting to your request. We are very much willing to accede.
We will confer.
In order to do some assistance to you, we were manifesting to the court that we are willing to have these documents Xerox copied, and furnish you with copies.
Thank you for that, Mr. Justice.
I do not think there is anything wrong.
Thank you, Justice.
You may confer with the defense to get the documents you want to examine.
Yes, Your Honor. We will do that later on, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Is there anyone who would want to ask questions from the witness? The gentle lady from Antique and Malabon and the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer, Mr. President. Just one very short question to the defense lead counsel, Mr. President. The Honorable Justice Cuevas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Since we are adjourning today, March 22nd, and we'll resume the impeachment trial on May 7, the deadline for the submission or filing of the SAL-N is on April 30. Many of our colleagues in the impeachment court would just like to know, will the Chief Justice amend his SAL-N come April 30?
I have not yet, frankly speaking, Your Honor, I have not yet conferred with him in connection with this matter. But if there is a necessity pursuant to law, we will ask him to do so.
Yes, because we know that the law allows amendments to the SAL-N, yes.
Right, Your
and
Honor.
If there were inaccuracies or omissions born out of the 2 months hearings here, perhaps lessons have been learned and corrections in the SAL-N would be in order. So I was wondering whether the lead counsel would have any information and whether the new SAL-N would be utilized or submitted by the defense eventually.
Yes, Your Honor, we will do that as very clarified by Your Honor. If there is a necessity to do so, we will do so, Your Honor. But here is my point. There are quite a number of developments that took place in this case, Your Honor. For instance, as you will note, there were 45 titles before. It was reduced to so much until finally only 5. And we stand on record that all those 5 parcels of properties are already
reflected.
Yes, Your Honor.
Just to clarify, the 45 based on the LRA report minus 3 of the namesake of the son-in-law, minus the cancelled titles became 21 per Senator Recto's interpellation, minus the 3 parking lots per Senator Recto's interpellation, minus the 7 of Mr. Vicente, and the others are members of the family who own it, and therefore 5 are reflected in the SALN.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay,
That's
just
correct,
to
Your Honor.
summarize the 2 months' work that we've done,
Thank
and
you.
we await the submission of the Chief Justice's SALN.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr.
Thank you, Your Honor, for the advice.
Your Honor, Your Honor,
Gentleman from Cebu.
Your Honor, may I just
Yeah, it was the pressure of the Chief Prosecutor.
we just want to respond to very briefly to that point raised by defense counsel. Just one sentence statement, Your Honor.
Please proceed.
Yeah, this is regarding the properties. It was mentioned by lead defense counsel that from 45 it's down to 5 properties.
Yes.
We take exception to that statement, and the position of the prosecution is that when we submitted our offer of evidence, we submitted 21 properties, and we stand by that.
There was a stipulation of about this property issue yesterday.
Yeah, that's why. That's why,
remains
Your
in the
Honor.
record.
There were stipulations entered into between the parties, Your Honor. And they agreed to the cancellation or disregarding the other properties in the name of other persons, Your Honor. That's my computation, that there are only 5. But if the evidence will show other properties, then we will meet that with our own evidence. It cannot be met by mere manifestation.
There were 45 in the beginning, then a reduction of 17, which was 1 reservation, then 12 with 4 reservations, then 16 left, plus 5 reservation, 21.
Yes, that's correct. You confirm that, Your Honor. Thank you.
That was the agreement yesterday.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So, the gentleman from Cebu.
Thank you, Mr. President. We're just curious, would like to clarify, Mr. Mayor, how is the issuance of a check triggered in the Manila City Hall? I suppose it's the same as Cebu City Hall and all other cities. What triggers the issuance of
What triggers?
That is correct.
Yung unang siguro yung kontrata natapos na comply with, and then the process begins of the preparation of the check.
But that goes through the city treasurer, that goes through the city auditor,
accountant,
that goes to the accountant, and
budget.
Who is the final
signatory?
Alright, balik naman tayo sa ating talakayan, no? Kay Dean Lavinia. Siguro, Dean, sa naging takbo ng paglilitis ngayon, maaring madiin si Mrs. Corona, maaring madiin si dating Mayor Lito Atienza. Pero pero I guess hindi relevant ito, no? Ang relevant talaga dito at gusto kong malaman sa isip ko is kung ito pang Basagidota ay isang totoong korporasyon ba ito o isang front lang o cover up sa malaking pera ng mag-asawang Corona. And do you think we were able to establish anything like that?
Ang na-establish na nabigay yung pera. Yun, from the defense, remember defense ito ang nagpresenta kay Mayor Atienza. So nabigay yung pera. Maaring irregular at medyo na bigla din ako sa prosesong sinundan ng City of Manila.
Na yung pangalan ng cheque.
Yung pangalan, yung pagbayad, yung pag-negotiate, yung parang smells something, di ba? Pero hindi ayaw ko maghato kasi kailangan mong i-imbestigahan yan, di ba? Hindi naman natin ginagawa yan dito. Pero na-establish na nalipat yung pera. At sa pangalan ni Mrs. Corona, yung pera na yon.
Pero hindi
so, ang question ngayon is, dapat bang nasali yun sa SALN o hindi? Di ba? Ang theory nila, na hindi. Kasi in trust lang yung pera na yon.
At in other words, she's just holding it for Basagidota.
On the other hand, sa alam ko she claims, o yun ang claim niya, na yung Basagidota is equivalent to her, na siya basically yung owner, siya na lang yung owner, sole owner ng Basagidota. Kung ganon, bakit hindi ni-report sa SALN? Diba? Sa tingin ko, dapat focus tayo doon. Medyo na gulat lang ako sa cross-examination ng prosecution. Kasi medyo lumayo dun sa punto na yun.
Pati ho yung infirmities na
nandun siya sa liability ni,
Mm-hmm.
including Senator Dilo, disappointing in the sense na bakit siya nag-focus sa liability ni Mayor Atienza for doing
Parang
this?
commission appointments.
Completely irrelevant
Did
yun.
it accomplish anything for the prosecution?
For the prosecution, wala. No? I mean, pero gusto ko lang sabihin na itong pagtahi na ganito nga ang pera na ito, hindi nga ito kay Chief Justice o kay Mrs. Corona dahil ito ay sa Basagidote, sino magsasabi niyan? Walang nagsabi niyan.
So doon natin makikita.
Only
kung
the Chief
papasok
Justice or Mrs. Corona can say that, di ba?
Or maybe Sister Flory, or maybe Ana Basa.
For the rebuttal.
Yes,
Pero
for the rebuttal.
that would be kaya foolish yung yung prosecution to present Sister Flory. Foolish. Kasi that will prove actually that the money is not Mrs. Corona. Di ba?
I see.
That will prove.
That's
Kasi yun yung may assertion na meron pang away sa pera na ito. Right now,
ang kailangan nila i-prove na Basagidote equals Mrs. Corona.
Yeah.
To
Right now,
strengthen
hindi
their case.
na-establish na pinag-aawayan yung pera na ito.
Ang kailangan nila i-prove na cover up lang ang Basagidote.
Kailangan
whereas
nila
it's
cover
actually
up yan. But
money
it will
of
not
the
help if they present Sister Flory.
Aha.
Maybe Sister Flory will say how ugly this is, how bad this is. Irrelevant yun sa impeachment.
I guess an interesting thing to look out for also is how Chief Justice Corona will file his SAL-N, which is due April 30
Yung
for all
pinuntungan
government
ni
officials
Senator
and
Legarda.
Supreme Court
Magandang
justices.
bantayan yon kasi
Kasi kung kinorek niya,
if you make corrections,
that means
may
aminado
signal
siya.
yon.
Aminado na mali yung
may
entries.
signal yun kung ano yung the rest of the case, di ba? The rest of the defense.
Okay, so how was it? Last question. Did you expect more out of a last day salvo or were you contented?
Hindi naman, pero I think maganda yung pag-summarize kanina ni Enrile, ni Senator Enrile, ni Justice Cuevas, yung sa tanong, galing ng tanong ni Senator Legarda, no? I mean, yun nga, yung sinasabi ko from 8 to 1 ground, in this 1 ground from 45 to 21, hindi naman ako naniniwala na 5 na lang. Kung 5 na lang, absuelto na si acquitted na si Chief Justice.
Kasi declared
sa tingin ko, hindi rin totoong 21 pa. Sa tingin ko, mga 11 properties, di ba? 5 of which are already okay. Kasi nasa sala naman. So, 6 na lang ang talagang, kailangan tingnan ng senador kung talagang na-disclose ba ito properly. And then, the big elephant in the room, pera. Hindi yung properties, pero assets yun.
Bottom line, pera. Yan ang ginamit kasi na pambili ng property.
Hanggang ngayon, hindi ako convinced saan ang galing at ano yung explanation kung bakit sinadisclose yung maraming pera na nandun sa mga accounts.
Alright. 34 days. At magkikita-kita tayo ulit sa May 7, no? For the 35th day of the impeachment trial. At maraming salamat sa legal expert na ating nakasama ngayong hapon, si Dean Antonio Lavinia ng Ateneo School of Government. Thank you very much, sir. At yan po ang mga pinakasariwang balita kaugnay sa paglilitis ng punong maestradong si Renato Corona. Ito po ang The Chief Justice on Trial. Ako po si Vicky Morales.
At ako naman po si Ivan Mayrina. Susunod na ang News TV Quick Response Team kasama si Jiggy Manica. Jiggy.
Salamat Ivan at Vicky. Sa ngalan ni Jiggy Manica at ako si John Veneracion at ito ang News TV Quick Response Team. At nagpapatuloy po ang impeachment trial kay Chief Justice Renato Corona. Nasa witness stand pa rin si dating Manila Mayor Lito Atienza. Panoorin po natin ito.
Ako po, katangi-tangi siguro na nasa Malacanang at the last moments of the ERAP administration in defense of the Constitution because I believe that what was happening was illegal. Kaya masama po ang loob ko sa administrasyon noon. Hindi ko po sila tinatanggap. And it was a public knowledge that President Arroyo was worried about the city of Manila because the mayor was not in support of her administration. And many times they even tried getting me into their fold and I refused because I thought it was an illegal government. Until and when the Supreme Court rendered a decision, doon ko lamang po tinanggap sila. Kaya kung meron pong special treatment or any special attention na bibigay ko doon sa kumakatawan, sa kinaiinisan kong administrasyon, ay hindi po nangyari yun. In fact, negative po ang dating sa akin.
Ba't hindi mo pinadelay ito pag galit ka na?
Hindi po. Yung iba po naman yung transaction. Yung transaction opisyal, opisyal. Yung personal, nanatili po ako sa piling ni Pangulong Erap.
Ngunit, sa panahon na yon, ano pang posisyon ni Justice Corona? Wasn't he chief of staff of?
At that time, no, he was not chief of. As
He
far
was-
as
he was
my
chief of
knowledge is
staff.
concerned,
He was chief of staff po, of
at the time,
Malacanang.
when I first got to know them, they were attorney and Mrs. Corona. And at that point in time, I definitely was not following up on his role.
But the negotiations for this started in January.
No, it started in 1999.
I see. So yes, he was then outside of government and became chief of staff when Gloria Arroyo became president. Well, Oh, he was the chief of staff of Gloria Arroyo as vice president. Well, in any case, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. It's good to see you in good health.
For a good friend like the senator, I'm always
The
happy.
gentleman from Makati and Bicol.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to be educated for my edification. Supposing we grant, as the line of questioning of the prosecution indicated, that there was irregularity in the sale between the Basas and the City of Manila, that the procedures were not followed. In short, there was an irregularity. Now, can you please edify me in what part of the articles of impeachment will that be relevant? Can anyone answer that? Public prosecutors.
The prosecution, can you answer the question of the gentleman from Makati and Bicol?
Your Honor, may we ask
Yes.
may we ask Senator Roy to repeat the question, please?
Oh, I've forgotten the question. Let me put it this way, no? To put it simply, let us assume that the transaction between the City of Manila, headed by Mayor Atienza, and the Basas or the Basa Corporation or whatever, had been attended with irregularities, that there was something wrong, and we can attribute some fault or whatever. Now, can you educate me at least so that I'll be enlightened when I make a decision on this, on the impeachment? Where do you connect it with Article 2, Article 3, Article 7? Where? How do you connect that?
Your Honor, this would be in relation on the part of the prosecution on Article 2, Sal-N.
Namely, can you
Namely, now the defense is introducing this as evidence. The 34.7 million check paid for Cristina Corona in trust for Basa Guidote Enterprises, Inc. And the theory of the prosecution is that it was misappropriated by Cristina Corona, deposited in her personal account. And therefore, and if we follow the line of reasoning by the defense, it ended up in the account of the Chief Justice. Therefore, it should have been included and declared in the Sal-N. So it would fall under Article 2.
All right, fine. If that is your theory, because I don't think the defense admits, or rather contests the proposition that 35, how much was that, 35?
34.7
All right,
million.
34.7 million, which was money in trust in trust held by Mrs. Corona was deposited in the account of Chief Justice Corona. Those are more or less established facts. All right.
Yes.
Now, what I want to be clarified is this. Assuming that, how do you connect that? What is the connection with the accusation in Article 2? You are not charging the ill-gotten wealth. You are not charging other elements. Now, we're talking here in Article 2 of Sal N. In other words, we're talking whether Corona, the Chief Justice, made an honest revelation of his assets and liabilities. So, with the interpellation of Mayor Atienza, what do we gather? Assuming all of that, how does that strengthen the position of the prosecution?
We were just testing the credibility, the credence of the testimony. But going back to that point...
No, wait, let's stop there, Neil. Okay. In other words, it has nothing to do with the substance of Article 2. It is testing the credibility of the witness.
No, Your Honor. It has something to do with the substance of Article 2. Because, namely because the position of the prosecution is that all assets should be declared.
Yes. Okay, agreed.
And the 34 million, yes. 34.7 million was deposited, misappropriated, and deposited in the personal account of Maria Cristina Corona.
Misappropriated by whom?
By Mrs. Corona.
All right, Mrs. Corona misappropriated. But does it appear in the SALN?
That's the reason why. That's the reason we're disputing it, Your Honor, because the theory of the prosecution is that all of this should have been declared in the SALN. And it has never been declared.
The way I see it, if it was entered in the SALN, then irregular, stolen, or whatever, that is not an issue. What is at issue is whether he entered the amount in the SALN. That's the question. I mean, I'm not questioning anything. I want to be educated because we are about to arrive at a moment of truth. We will recess and we can think about it. I want to simplify the issues, at least as far as I'm concerned.
With respect to that, probably we can submit a memorandum.
No. It's very difficult to submit a memorandum because all I want to know is that we spent 3 hours here on the conducting the direct and cross-examination of Mayor Atienza now about the irregularities. But what is undisputed is that 34.7 million was paid by the City of Manila. The 34.7 was paid to Mrs. Corona as supposedly attorney in fact or whatever. Then that money was deposited in the account of Chief Justice Corona. Justice Cuevas, do you confirm that is how it happened?
This money, Your Honor, does not belong to even Mrs. Corona herself because as the check will show, this is for Basa Guidote, Your Honor, and received by Mrs. Corona only in trust, Your Honor. So if it is received by her in trust, there is nothing that she can transfer to her husband, Your Honor.
No, I'm not talking about transfer to the husband.
Yes.
But I am only asking, was it deposited in the account of Chief Justice Corona?
There is no evidence to that effect, Mr. Your Honor, please.
All right. If there's no evidence to that effect, they deny it that it was deposited. So, again, I go back to the relevance of that money. The money, City of Manila paid Mrs. Corona. Where that went, that is what I am asking the prosecution. What is your theory? Meaning, the disposition now of the 34.7 million, What's the theory of the prosecution?
I think, Your Honor, that should be the duty, the job, the burden should be on the defense to prove that. But as far as we are concerned now,
yes,
as far as we are concerned, based on the testimony so far, the witnesses presented, the money was deposited in the personal account of Mrs. Corona in Malacanang. That's Land Bank. And to us, she treated it as her own money. Therefore, it has relation with the SALN because it's an asset.
Mrs. Corona deposited that 34.7 million in her own account.
Yes.
All right. But Ms. Corona is not being charged here. It's Chief Justice Corona. Well, here is Mrs. Corona, who receives 34.7 million, which perhaps it's not hers, perhaps it's hers, perhaps it's whatever, then deposited in her account. Now, what's the position now of the prosecution?
The position of the prosecution is that it should have been...
I mean that particular money, 34.7 million.
Now, so far, what we see is that it was deposited in a personal account. That's what we see so far. And to us, it has relevance, materiality on Article 2 of the impeachment complaint, which is SALN. Because even if the Chief Justice...
I get it. It's the SALN of Chief Justice Corona that is at issue. I even thought, I was going along with the idea that it was deposited in the account of it was deposited in the account of Chief Justice Corona. That is why it was listed in the SALN. But it turns out that we are not clear on just what we are discussing about on that 34.7.
The position, Your Honor, is that even the personal property of the wife should be included in the SALN. Mm-hmm. And that is the position of the prosecution.
I see.
But as of now, the defense, probably most of that questions should be addressed to the defense.
No, I won't dispute
because they are the ones presenting their defense and not us.
I'm not. Believe me, I am not, and I will not contest the position at this point of the prosecution. I respect whatever position you have, but I just want it clear. Otherwise, we will be going round and round. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you also to Senator Joker Arroyo. Your Honor.
Mr. President.
The Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, may we ask that the witness, the Honorable former Mayor Atienza, be discharged? Temporarily.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well,
Until the next hearing,
the distinguished former Mayor of Manila is discharged momentarily, and the court will notify him when we resume the trial of this
May 7, Your Honor.
case in the afternoon of May 7.
Thank you.
2012.
Salamat
Another witness?
Mr. President, Senator Lacson wishes to be recognized.
The gentleman from Cavite.
Question to the witness ba?
Thank you, Mr. President. I have some questions, a few questions to the prosecution. If it is your assertion that Mrs. Corona misappropriated, you used the term misappropriated, the amount of 34.7 million. Now, are you admitting that she should not have included, or CJ Corona, the Chief Justice, should not have included that amount in his SALN because they didn't own that amount, that money? I'm asking a question.
Well, to us, it should be included in the SALN.
But you said they didn't own that money.
No, we did not say that.
Misappropriated. When you say you misappropriate some amount, you don't own it.
What we said, Your Honor, was that she treated it as her own, and therefore should have been included
But
in the SALN.
they didn't own that amount, that money.
They have to prove that, Your Honor, because that is
Anyway,
the burden is
I'm
on the
just curious
defense with
because,
respect to that.
you know, that's your statement struck me.
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was about to reply.
Yes, you may reply.
No, to the
yes, sir.
statement that the burden of proof is in in all criminal prosecution or even in civil cases, Your Honor, the burden of proof is always on the party who alleges. They were the ones alleging, Your Honor, that this is property of BG Basa Gidote, Your Honor, and it was received by Mrs. Corona only in trust. Not even Mrs. Corona can be held liable for not including her if she has a separate statement of assets and liabilities.
That is correct, sir. And since, as stipulated in the corporate certificate, corporate secretary certificate, she was only entitled to 5% commission. So is it also your contention that Mrs. Corona or the Chief Justice should only include the amount equivalent to 5% of 34.7 million?
If she received the amount and she was paid, Your Honor, and in fact there is no evidence to that effect, I think if she received, she may be liable.
Anyway,
But not Chief Justice Corona. She has nothing to do with the transaction, Your Honor. She is neither the buyer, much less the seller, nor is she an agent or the broker. In other words, we have here a case of general accusation. All right, perang pumunta sa inyo yan, i-account ninyo. We do not agree with that kind of proposition. Because anybody else can be held. I'm not referring it to the...
All of this discussion will be cleared up when the defense shall have finished its presentation of evidence. I do not know whether they'll present Mrs. Corona, what other witnesses they'll have to present. But if they'll present Mrs. Corona, she'll be the best person to explain all of this.
Yes, Your Honor. We fully agree.
So,
Mr. President,
yes,
Senator Ralph Recto wishes to be recognized.
the gentleman from Batangas.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I am glad that on this last day for March, as far as the impeachment trial is concerned, we are now going to the other important matter in the SALN. We are now on the personal and other properties, which has a relation to cash in bank, and liabilities.
This is the heart of the problem.
Precisely the point, Mr. President. Mr. President, the whole day today, or at least after, during the testimony of Mayor Atienza, it has been pointed out by the defense as their witness that Mrs. Corona, in trust for Basa Gidote, received 34.7 million in cash. Isn't that correct? That's basically what the defense is saying.
That's the amount of the check, Your Honor, which was paid to her in her capacity.
Correct.
As representative.
And based on the documents, this has been deposited in Land Bank. I think, if I'm not mistaken, Land Bank in Manila.
That's not clear, Your Honor. There was an allegation to that effect, but that is no evidence, Your Honor.
But isn't it correct as well that in previous testimonies, as of December 31, 2010, the cash in bank should have been in account number 0891210216817 7,148,238.83 cents. Account number 089121019,593 12,580,316.56 cents. That is in the PS Bank, the 2 peso accounts. And then you have a BPI account with 12,024,067 pesos and 70 cents. If I look at the SALN of the Chief Justice as of December 31, 2010, cash and investment, various years, 3.5 million. Okay? There was also testimony and evidence that on December 12, 2010, a withdrawal was made of roughly 34 million. Or 2011. Isn't that correct? Yes.
That appears to be the evidence of the prosecution, Your Honor.
Correct.
If you are asking our side, Your Honor,
Yes.
just kindly wait. We are not yet through with our opportunity.
No, I understand. This is in relation to this 34 million Basagidoti.
Yes, our point is.
That's all I'm trying to point out.
I'm
Yes.
sorry.
Yes. Okay. Now, there was a withdrawal in December 12, 2011. May I ask the prosecutor, isn't that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
And if I recall the testimony then, that this withdrawal was tinanggal yung pera dahil wala nang tiwala sa PS Bank, and this money is the money of Basagidoti.
That is not the evidence for the prosecution.
Okay.
That was I think, in the media, in the newspaper.
Okay. Is that the evidence of the defense?
Are you?
That withdrawal, that 34 million withdrawal.
Yes.
Is
what?
that, I may not have my notes now, no, but there was a withdrawal as testified here by the PS Bank manager, if I'm not mistaken. 34 million ang withdraw noong December 12, 2011. And that is why hindi kailangan makasama naman yon dun sa SAL-N ni Chief Justice noong 2010.
Hindi po yun ang aming bersyon, ang aming depensa. Ang aming depensa is this money which allegedly were deposited, whether in the dollar account or peso account, are merely held in trust by Chief Justice Corona, Your Honor.
Correct.
Coming from the proceeds of the Basagidoti account and also the money sent to them by their children, Your Honor.
Okay. Pero basta maliwanag, itong 34, sa Basagidoti ito. And I'm following up the point of Senator Ping Lacson here.
If that question is directed to me,
yeah, it could be directed to both, yes, to the Defense Counsel.
Well, we have not yet started presenting evidence in that regard. So how can there be an evaluation, an appraisal, and conclusion? I hope you clear it. Yeah. I hope as a judge in this case, Your Honor, I would plead most respectfully that kindly receive the evidence with an open mind. Because if your mind are already closed, these are deposit, these are the money of Justice Corona, and they were not registered. Therefore, he has violated the provisions of SAL-N, Your Honor.
No,
in fact, even the allegations of paragraph 2, Article 2, Your Honor, under paragraph 2 and 2.3, there is nothing mentioned about the failure to state this and so on, or the irregularity.
Yes.
What
I
appears
just
is non-declaration.
want to assure the defense that I am not making a conclusion. I'm just trying to understand the evidence presented here, whether testimony or documentary. And what?
At yan po ang impeachment trial kay Chief Justice Renato Corona ngayong araw na ito at sinalang ng defense panel si dating Manila Mayor Lito Atienza para tumistigo sa ari-arian ng Basagidoti account o Basagidoti Corporation, ang korporasyon na pagmamay-ari ng asawa ni Chief Justice Renato Corona. At yan po ang mabibilis na balita at informasyon sa mga oras na ito sa ngalan ni GMA News TV. Ako po si John Veneracion, sumusugod kahit saan sa ngalan ng katotohanan. Samantala magpapatuloy po ang impeachment trial sa Balita Pilipinas ngayon kasama si Mark Salazar at Maki Pulido.
I love long hair, but I keep getting split ends. So I use Cream Silk Damage Control with Hair Reborn technology that reconstructs all the way to the tips. Put an end to split ends. Long-lasting beauty to the last centimeter. Nothing cares for your hair like Cream Silk.
Sa likod ng matamis na ngiti.
Malandi siya. Hindi ko nakasalanan kasi maganda ako sa kanya.
May kamandag na nakakalaso ng relasyon.
Nahuli ko silang dalawan. Totoo yun, Jonathan?
At imbis na mahiya.
Kaya nga nagkagusto sa akin yung asawa mo kasi maganda ako sa'yo.
Hindi ako nagkukulang sa'yo ng pagmamahal. Bakit ginagawa mo pa sa akin?
Ano ang dahilan sa likod ng modus ni May?
Ako po si Manilyn Reynes, ang inyong makakasama ngayong gabi dito sa Personalan.
Huwebes, alas 7 ng gabi sa News TV.
I love long hair, but I keep getting split ends. So I use Cream Silk Damage Control with Hair Reborn technology that reconstructs all the way to the tips. Put an end to split ends. Long-lasting beauty to the last centimeter. Nothing cares for your hair like Cream Silk.
natin sa impeachment trial ni Chief Justice Renato Corona.
Panoorin po natin ang paglilitis.
It was fully paid.
As it appears in the SALN.
It does not appear in 2010.
That's correct.
It appears in 2009, the last account.
That's correct, Your
right?
Honor.
So parang nabayaran din niya. And that's why, in December 12, kompleto pa rin yung halaga. In trust for nga naman eh.
Oh.
That's all I'm trying to drive at. Now.
Yeah, but our position, Your Honor, just to make it very, very clear, all those bank accounts submitted as evidence belong to the Chief Justice because it was in his bank account, including the 3 bank accounts withdrawn and later on deposited in the same bank on December 11, 2012.
I understand the position of the prosecution. Whether it makes sense or not, I will not make a judgment at this point in time. But from the defense, would you care to comment on that observation?
Well, Your Honor, please.
Or at least from my recollection.
From the manner you make a narration of facts, I hope you pardon me for saying that you have considered only the evidence of the prosecution thus far. I hope I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Because you have never cited any evidence on the by the defense, Your Honor. And we are just starting. Why did we bring about this question of sale of the properties of
So what is the purpose? That there was 34.7 million cash given to Cristina Corona. I understand that is the purpose.
No, that it was received by Mrs. Corona in trust.
In trust for, precisely.
So is it hers? Even if we follow your logic, Your Honor, is it hers?
I'm not saying it is hers.
Oh, precisely. So why will he be why will the husband be accountable for that?
I'm not even saying that.
Well, that is the inference. That is.
No.
You made me understood that way because my objection is this: you are making a summation of facts, but solely on the basis in favor of one party. Why? Because there is no evidence yet on the part. We have never discussed about these deposits, Your Honor.
So the
only concept that you have is the concept coming from the prosecution's evidence, Your Honor.
I will no longer belabor the point, Mr. President, and I assure the defense that I will listen patiently.
Very unfair.
Let us keep cool. We have plenty of time to assess this, and we are going on a recess. We have 1 month to ponder about the whole case, and when we finish hearing the defense,
precisely, Mr. President.
Evidence,
we are just asking
we
for
will
clarification.
Wait for the rebuttal of the prosecution. At that point, we will know the whole picture.
Yes, Your Honor. If clarification is sought,
we will wait.
Why will the clarification come from the defense when it is not our evidence, Your Honor? Is that not unfair?
We understand. I understand.
Thank you, Mr.
The clarification was come from the prosecution, not from the defense. That's not our evidence, Your Honor. In fact, we are just starting. We have not yet presented the Chief Justice if he will testify, the wife, Your Honor. That's my point. All the summation made by the Honorable Chairman Rector, Your Honor, appears to be on the basis solely of the evidence for the prosecution. And to us, it appears, and I hope the court will understand us.
Wait a minute, Counsel. In fairness to Senator Rector, the Vice Mayor of Manila, the former Mayor of Manila, was presented as a witness by the defense.
Yes, Your Honor.
And he testified that the City of Manila paid 34.7 million.
34.7, Your Honor.
34.703 million pesos to Mrs. Corona in trust for Basa Guidote Enterprises Incorporated.
If the clarification, Your Honor,
and,
I'm sorry, and I apologize.
And that's why he was talking about that amount was deposited in the according to the check deposited in the account, in the deposit account of Mrs. Corona. Whether it was included among the alleged bank deposits of the Chief Justice has not been shown by any evidence.
Precisely, Your Honor. If the question or the clarificatory question were limited to those facts testified by the Honorable ex-Mayor Atienza, we'll have no problem, Your Honor. Our problem is the apprehension of apparently unfairness to the defense because hindi pa kami nagsisimula in so far as the deposit is concerned. We never have touched that in our evidence, Your Honor.
Correct. But the judges are relating that precisely to inform themselves about their anticipation of the explanation of what they heard about the bank deposits. I hope you understand the position of the members of the Senate who are not lawyers.
We do, Your Honor, we do. And we will try to be very, very meticulous and also fair in judging how our evidence and the evidence of the prosecution will be appraised and weighed by this honorable court. We have we have an abundance confidence and trust in the manner that
so far as this chair is concerned, the defense has presented the former mayor of Manila to establish the fact that there was a transaction between the city of Manila and the Basagidote Enterprises Incorporated regarding the sale of a piece of land where the city of Manila paid that enterprise through Mrs. Corona the amount of 34,703,800 pesos. So that's the gist of the evidence presented by the defense this afternoon. Where that 34,703,800 pesos moved in the financial system is yet to be established.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, the court will note that...
And how that amount was treated by all the accounts where it moved.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay, Your Honor. Thank you very much for the clarification.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. President, there are no other matters. Therefore, Mr. President, may we ask the Sergeant at Arms to make an announcement.
The Sergeant at Arms will now make an announcement.
Please all rise. All persons are commanded to remain in their places until the Senate President and the Senators have left the session hall.
Mr. President, there being no other business for the day, I move that we adjourn until 2 p.m. of Monday, 7 May 2012.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The trial is hereby adjourned until 2 o'clock in the afternoon of Monday, May 7, 2012.
Natapos na po ang impeachment proceedings, dadako naman po tayo sa iba pang mga balita. Samantala, sa ibang balita po, hindi po direktang nakakaapekto ang low pressure area sa anumang bahagi ng bansa. Pero patuloy pong nakakaranas ng masamang panahon ng ilang lugar dahil sa kaulapang nabubuo nito.
At dahil sa mga pag-ulan at hangin dala ng